Members of council, this meeting is now resumed. If I can have members to please rise for a moment of silence, and during this time, please remember Francis Chapkin. Thank you. Members, following the member motion run-through, we have two timed items, EX 6.3 on Schedule 9, changes to the Labor Relations Act 1995, and that item will be followed by item IE 5.5 on the School Crossing Guard Program update. So are there any release of holds? Councillor Fillion.
Yes, on page 5, I believe. The item is CC 8.1, sorry, on page 4. I can do this as a quick release. It's the report from the Integrity Commissioner related to the Parking Authority. The only reason I held it was to refer two of her recommendations to staff to report back to the executive committee. So if everyone's okay with that, I can release it with this motion.
Okay, the motion is on the screen. Are there any questions on that? Okay, this is on page 4, CC 8.1. Councillor Fillion is moving the amendment. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holyday.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I wanted to raise a point of order. Members' motion 8851 was introduced before the break under a title that doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, match the content. But once I read the content, I realize that it is very much inextricably linked to EX 6.3, I think it is. And I wondered if it was appropriate to consider that at the same time.
Yes, and that's what I'm going to recommend when we get to it.
I also wanted to understand the rationale for it being deemed urgent by the chair.
Deemed it urgent, because we have an item 6.3 that we're dealing with. We voted on it, and it's before us, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, do you have a quick release?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was looking at something else. I don't think I do.
Well,
I don't think I'm holding any other items.
Well, I was just asking because you informed me that you would be leaving at 2:30, so I was wondering if you wanted to release your item.
Fine, I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay, this is on page 4, CC 8.2. Okay, Councillor Karygiannis is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was holding any other.
Yeah, just one moment, please. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, yes, and it's before us, yeah. So, Councillor Mallow?
I've been advised by the clerk just to remind me to release page 5, CC point 813, I believe.
Yes.
Thank
We
you.
introduced it yesterday.
thank
but-
you.
Okay. On page 5, CC 8.13. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Okay. We'll go to members' motions now. Oh, sorry. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank
I
you very...
apologize.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to rise on a point of personal privilege and to share some very good news with members of council. Canada has just become the first country in the world to ban the importation and export of shark fins. Members of council will recall that it was actually this city council that in 2011 that voted to ban shark fin products in Toronto. And although that ban did not stand, it was struck down by an Ontario court, after 10 years after Rob Stewart launched the fin-free movement, and really a movement that has captured the imagination of ocean preservationists and conservationists around the world, as well as those who love sharks. We can actually say that this global movement began in Toronto with a great Canadian, Rob Stewart, and after his tragic passing last year, his parents, Brian and Sandy Stewart, including his sister Alexandra, have taken that torch and they've continued to work towards a world free of shark finning and a world free of hopefully the extinction of sharks. And I just think that it's important that we take a moment to reflect that there are times where cities sometimes lead. And it's actually cities such as Toronto that actually led the way in this case for what has become a global movement. They will be working on an American ban. They're working on making sure that shark water extinction gets into China. And I know that they won't stop. And I hope that members here, including the public service who was cheering us on, Rob was here in 2011 when council, excuse me, Rob was here in 2011, and I know that this meant the world to him. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that we did here. And I know that if the sharks go, the oceans go. The oceans that provide 60% of the oxygen means that human life as we know it will end. This is important, and I just want to celebrate this moment with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Oh, I thought you were asking me to, Councillor Fletcher.
Privilege and
Yes.
really to thank Councillor Wong Tam and former Councillor de Bearmaker, and I believe former Councillor Brardinetti, at least, and Councillor Parker, in really leading this. And I know you took an awful lot of heat, so it shows sometimes you just have to lead, take the heat, and good things will happen in the end. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to members' motions now. MM 8.1, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.2, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.3, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item EX 3.4. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen the item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Can somebody just go and ask whoever's back there to stop? I can't hear. Whoever's there? Thank you. MM 8.4. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.5. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.6. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.7. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.9. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds... Oh, did I skip 8? Oh, sorry, I skipped 8. That's because I don't have 8 in my binder. That's okay. All right. So MM 8.8. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.9. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 8.10. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 811. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Is there a problem? No problem at all. We're moving along. MM 8.12. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 813. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 814, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Pardon? Okay. MM 815. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 816. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 817. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 818. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 819. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 820. Notice of this motion has... Did I skip? Oh. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Communications MM 8.21 and MM 8.22 has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 821. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Okay, on 821? Okay, recorded vote on the item. The reason we're having a recorded vote because the mayor has a conflict on this item.
Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, Councillor Perks.
The motion carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay. MMA 22. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Looks like Counselor Ford is the only one that voted on that item. No, on this, the previous item. MM 8.23, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MMA 24. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MMA 25. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Karygiannis, we're in the middle of a vote. MM 826. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 827. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 828. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 829. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 830. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 831. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Bill 889 has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 832. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 833. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 834. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried.
Madam Speaker, just before we proceed to vote on the matter, I just wanted to say that it's a bit out of keeping with the policy, as you sort of made reference in your preamble. But if you actually look at what the policy requires, I just wanted to sort of make councillors feel better, not that they're going to have any hesitation, and I'll ask for a recorded vote as well, because I think it's just better if we can send that along to the Raptors. But first of all, it requires the consent of the organization, and I should tell you, they were thrilled when we phoned them formally to ask them if this would be okay, especially in light of what we thought could be some political difficulties with ceremonial naming of this street, and then Stanley Cup victory certain to follow, and what happens in that case. And they are prepared to deal with that problem when it comes up in 2020. Secondly, you see the ward councillor seconds the motion. Thirdly, we actually had, as you know, prepared for the ceremony the other day this sign, and so it allowed us to comply with the other requirement, which is there be some community input received in the community. And I would say that the response of the 50,000 people or whatever it was that were out in Nathan Phillips Square to this was such that I think we can vote for this, certain that the community at large and the local community heartily approves of what it is we're going to do in recognition of our beloved Toronto Raptors. So, and I would ask for a recorded vote, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 835. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 836. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 837. Notice if this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor on the item? Carried. MM 838. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 839. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 840. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 841. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 842. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 843. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. All in favor of the item? All in favor of 843? Carried. Okay. MM 844. Yes, you can. MM 844. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, please, and Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 845. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Layton, please.
The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 846. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 847. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please.
The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 848. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Bradford, Councillor Cressy, please.
The item carries 21 to 2.
MM 849. Huh? You would like to hold MMA 49? Okay. No. MM 850. Counselor Robinson, you'd like to hold that one? MM 851, hold on. I recommend that we deal with that with the EX 6.3. Yes, Counselor Holliday.
Thank you for the microphone on the floor. Madam Speaker, I've had a chance to read the motion now that we've come back to the chamber and we've got the paper on it. I don't see any connection between this and the other item. I looked at the words and would therefore then challenge your ruling.
Okay,
Challenging
yeah.
the chair?
I,
Are you challenging the chair?
yeah, I was proposing that we deal with the member's motion with EX 6.3. Yeah,
So,
And he's-
Madam Speaker, I'd also like to indicate that I would probably have some in-camera questions
yeah, okay,
on that
fine.
motion, and therefore would
Okay,
would like that opportunity for full debate.
When we get to the item, that's fine. So Counselor Holliday is challenging me on,
All
Yeah.
you need to do is ask.
so hold on. So okay, first of all, I need a vote from council to support my proposal. Recorded vote. Recorded vote. I'm proposing that the member's motion be dealt with EX 6.3.
Counselor Ainslie, please.
Counselor Robinson? Deputy Mayor, thank you.
We're voting on the chair's decision to deal with the motion with the executive report.
The procedural motion carries 18 to 5.
Okay. MM 852. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, carried. MM 853. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 854. This motion has been deemed urgent by, who said hold? Councillor Holliday would like to hold. On MM 854. MM 855. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 856. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, members of council, we're at EX 6.3, and then as well as the members' motion, we're dealing with the same time MM 851. Questions? If staff want to put their name up, request to question staff. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Councillor Thompson had asked to be here for this. I don't know what provisions he may have made with you.
He said he wanted to be here for the vote.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Okay, questions? We're at EX 6.3. Did, Council? Okay, hold on. Okay, members of council, if you can get, look where we're at, okay, so everybody knows what item we're at?
Do you want to go in closed session first? Is that how it works? First. Okay, and then we have questions. Sure, I can read that.
Okay, members of council, please, everybody's disappeared now, nobody's here. Okay, no, but we don't have quorum. Okay, no, we don't. We only have, okay. There's a request, hello, members, council, there's a request to go in camera on this item. Okay, Councillor Holliday.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My motion is that council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider EX 6.3, Schedule 9, changes to the Labour Relations Act 1995, restoring Ontario's Competitiveness Act 2019, reason for confidential information, labour relations or employee negotiations and potential litigation that affects the City of Toronto, and MM 8.51, expanding recognition in Toronto's industrial commercial institution sector, reason for confidential information, labour relations or employee negotiations, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege.
Okay, recorded vote.
Sign.
For me, please. Here. Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Pasternak. Oh. Councillor Pasternak. Can we have your vote, please? No, we press the button, please.
The motion to go on camera on the two items carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, so if I can have members of the public and the media to please vacate the council chambers. So council will give it about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, members. This meeting is now resumed. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of the following items: EX 6.3, Schedule 9, changes to the Labor Relations Act 1995, and MM 8.51, expanding recognition in Toronto's industrial commercial institution sector. No motions were made during closed session. So questions, public? Councillor Holliday.
My name's not on the list.
Well, it's there.
That was from the closed session. Can you,
Okay, do we have any questions? No? Okay, Councillor Bailao.
I just got handed a piece of paper. I would like to ask a couple of questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Get my name on the list properly. Through you to the city manager, I just wanted to understand, there were two reports that were brought forward to us. I want to understand if you can encapsulate your recommendations after your analysis of what you saw and what you understand the impacts of the Bill 66 to the city in terms of what this could or could not do to our relationships with the trades here.
Through the speaker, first of all, I just want to say I thought it was important that, as the city manager, that I would make a recommendation. And given the fact that the legislation does prescribe a very short time period, we did an analysis of effectively what one might call status quo as it relates to where we are today versus this idea of opening the market up. And so those are basically the two options that we looked at, and there was about a half dozen different decision-relevant criteria that we applied to both options, looking at what the pros and cons would be for either option based on that criteria. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, we do believe with the principle of greater competition does come the opportunity for savings. We don't believe that their savings are to the extent that some might allege, and that we don't see it as as much as a 40% savings. So we believe somewhere in the 2 to 5% savings is conceivable. So there is a financial benefit from that standpoint. From an administrative standpoint, an open market approach would certainly change the amount of legal attention that is paid to the current situation. We also believe from a fair wage perspective, which we do have and have had a long-standing policy of a fair wage program, that in many respects wages weren't as much of an issue as they might have been otherwise. So where the difference would lay is possibly under the categories of health and safety, from community benefits, and from the standpoint of skilled labor workforce. So from a health and safety standpoint, there is significant legislation that guides that, although one can certainly argue the benefit of a union from a health and safety benefit, but in many respects, those two items are not dissimilar in terms of status quo, the way we are today, or opening up to the market. Where we saw some potential differences that might favor staying status quo was in the area of social procurement or community benefits, and then labor pool. And based on those considerations, and to the extent that you can maybe mitigate some of the negative consequences by opening up to the market, we felt that the potential for competition and savings, we felt from an administration standpoint that those matters weighed slightly heavier in our minds than the offsetting concerns that we had around labor and as well with the community benefits. And I say community benefits because principally what we see are the unions have been quite active in that area. And as well, it's a well-known fact, I think, in terms of skilled labor, that the unions invest quite heavily in that as well. It's not to suggest that colleges and others don't help to produce a supply of skilled labor, but so those were the kinds of considerations. That's why we.
What
made
have
the
you seen with other cities? You're a city manager,
Sure.
you're in another city before you were here.
Right.
The other cities that have been affected by this legislation, have they reached the same conclusions, their staff, their city managers? And this is not a brand-new issue. I think Sault Ste. Marie has been discussing the issue of their relationship with trade unions.
Right. Well, actually, as you know, as city manager in Hamilton, and so the matter I don't think has come before council just yet there, but my understanding, and I know from my own personal experience, the challenges that we had with the carpenters union, that it did, let's just say, ruffle some feathers. And so it's not widespread that people find themselves in the situation that we find ourselves in. In fact, what I'm understanding is the tendency is to move away from that kind of unionized environment.
Did you have a dollar amount? You said 2 to 5% in terms of saving potential.
Right. I think we are in the order of,
Through the speaker, it was between $12 and $48 million.
Well,
Okay, that was your last question?
Through the speaker, that was it was actually 2 to 8%, and it was between $12 and $48 million.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, to Councillor Robinson.
The city manager, your first report was very clear. Thank you for that. Your second report, supplementary report, basically is a double downing of what you said originally. I'm asking you about cost savings and potential for cost savings. Can you elaborate on that? I do have a few questions.
So Michael's going to provide an answer to that.
Through the speaker, when we looked at the studies, we took a conservative approach that there could be a potential of 2 to 8% worth of savings in terms of increased competition. The issue that we had, and we talked quite a bit in both reports, was that we couldn't necessarily land on exactly how much more competition will come across all the projects. But the general notion of increased competition should help drive a more competitive bidding environment as bidders are trying to compete with each other to win the work.
So a competitive process would probably result in better outcomes, I'm guessing, better parks, better stairs, in parks, et cetera, infrastructure across the city. If you have a more competitive process, would the result not be a better outcome?
Through the chair, the determination of a better product may ultimately be also upon how we put out the document itself. However, more competition could lead to different innovative ways to approach the particular construction depending on the project. So that could result in some improvements across the board. But it's a combination of the documents we put out and the work that the general contractors will produce.
Yeah, we often hear councillors complaining about how long things take. Read in the report in multiple places about accelerating work, getting work done on a schedule, on time. My understanding is there's limitations. Some only work 4-day work weeks. So I guess I don't know if that's for the city manager or for you, but I'd like to understand that in more depth. Acceleration of work, getting things done on time.
Through the chair, I can certainly, if anyone wants to jump in. My understanding is that certain trade unions may have a compressed work week in terms of the amount of days that their skilled labor would be on the site. For example, they have a compressed work week of 4 days. With more flexibility for the general contractors to determine which subcontractors to use, they might be using a subcontractor that does not have that same restriction, so that the work could be happening 5 days a week, so that there wouldn't be any delays because of a particular trade. That is my understanding of that particular issue.
Okay, and I'll ask the city manager, how does this impact our ability to execute or engage in public-private partnerships? Will this have an impact on those opportunities?
So again, you're referencing the member's motion?
And the report, I think, to some extent.
I mean, certainly opening up the market to everyone does afford you more opportunity from a P3 standpoint. So I don't think there's a lot of questions about that.
So your recommendation would align with that?
Our recommendation through the speaker aligns with that.
Okay, thank you. What are municipalities doing across the province? I understand hundreds of municipalities are going probably in a different direction than we are. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, and then how does it impact things like I went through a very cumbersome process with stairs, building just a small set of stairs. Some might describe them as maybe not so small in my ward. And the original bid, I have all the documentation from it, was absolutely mammoth, the number. We worked collaboratively with park staff and we did get it down, but it took some time and back and forth. How does this impact a simple thing as a set of stairs in a park, in a local park?
I'm going to ask Michael to respond to that.
Through the chair, I think what we would take from that is that when we put out a bid, there would be more flexibility for the general contractor to determine how they would approach the work instead of having to use certain skilled trades that they would currently do now. So they might be able to use their own forces, which might be come at a cheaper cost than having to hire a subcontractor and deal with the percentage markup that will come with that cost.
Okay, so more costly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to pick up on that example of the stairs in a park. I thought that was non-ICI work.
Through the chair, that's why I was trying to answer the
Can you answer,
question.
is it non-ICI?
Question generally, because I'm not exactly sure exactly what work that was.
But it could have been non-ICI, correct?
If it was non-ICI work, that is generally the bridges, sewer and water main, and road work. I would think that stairs would be more towards the ICI sector.
And the non-ICI is non-unionized, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Non-ICI work is non-unionized?
So to be clear, in both ICI and the non-ICI sector, a general contractor could be unionized or non-unionized when they bid.
Yes,
It is
but
only
we
in the
don't-
ICI sector that they require a subcontract that's unionized.
We're not bounded by contracts on the non-ICI,
That's correct.
However, we're non-bounded by contracts, and what's the percentage of work that gets done by unions?
Through the chair, as it said, the supplementary report, it's about 93% of the work in the non-ICI sector gets done by a unionized general contractor.
So are you actually saying that this is a highly, highly unionized industry? Because in something that is we don't have any contracts, 93% of the work is already being done by companies that are unionized?
Through the chair, yes, the report indicates that the construction sector is highly unionized, which is why we expect that a lot of work will still be done by unions. It just provides general contractors flexibility in choosing their subcontractors.
In your savings, the 2 to 5%, did you account for the investment that gets done through our social procurement? How did you do that? How did you, the social benefits that we get from the social procurement, community benefit agreements, all the apprenticeship programs that we have in the unions, how is that incorporated in the savings?
Through the chair, the report indicates that we can't provide a financial estimate of the cost that would be felt by the city. The report does indicate that we have a strong relationship with the unions, and that is a key part of our community benefits program, but we're not able to provide you with an estimate of what the impact would be. The unions do invest in training, which has is also a significant component of the city's social procurement program, and they have a high completion rate of the apprenticeships because of the dispatch function that they provide, which allows for employment continuity.
Are you familiar with the percentage that they complete their apprenticeship programs?
So there's two reports that we've relied on, a 2013 report that was completed by the Ontario Construction Secretariat and a 2018 report that was completed by the Building Trades, which estimate that the completion rate is about 25% higher, and that's largely, we anticipate, because of the dispatch function that they provide.
Okay, great. I believe the report also talks about the need that the city would have to hire more staff in our fair wage office and in our health and safety. Is that because of the unions do that themselves, and if we don't go there, we have to hire more staff?
Through the chair, with respect to the fair wage office, if we move to a non-construction employer, the focus will be only on the fair wage component. So that will be more analysis of...
We have to hire more staff in order to enforce the fair wage
It
policy?
is possible that we'll have to hire more
We
staff.
have to hire more staff to enforce the health and safety standards that we ask people to comply with?
Through the chair, we might have to do more inspections of certain types of work. However, it's on, the divisions are responsible for contract management regardless of union or
I'm
non-union.
assuming that's a yes? Is that a yes?
Through the chair, we indicate we would report back on whether there would be any additional costs.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, Mike, you said the savings we figured would be 2.5%, is what you said? It was 2.5?
Through the chair, we did not indicate we would receive savings. We said, though, it could be in the range of 2 to 8%.
2.8. So we took the
8%, sorry.
2.8.
2 to 8% range.
So we took an average in there. Any idea if we took the 2018 numbers, what the city would save?
Yes, through the chair, in the report, it said between $12 to $48 million.
12 to 48 million in 2018 numbers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do have a motion that I would like to put forward. I want to thank some of the staff that helped us put this together. This is not an easy issue to understand. It's a complex issue. It's a relationship that dates back to decades. This is not new. The city has been a construction employer for decades. These are strong partnerships that we have that go all the way from social procurement, community benefits agreements, safety and health in our job sites, and good training for the work that gets done in our city. And that is why I'm putting the motion forward for us to opt out of Bill 66. We heard there could be some savings. And we're all looking for savings in here. But for example, these savings did not take in consideration that we're going to need to hire more people to enforce the fair wage policy. If we don't want to see a race to the bottom, if we really are serious about fair wage policy and having people to have a good quality of life in this city, and it's getting expensive to live in this city, we as an employer need to make sure we enforce that. And if we don't have the unions to partner with us, we're going to have to hire more people. We're going to have to hire more people for the health and safety. And let me tell you, and you know this because I've said many times and very proudly in here, I come from a family of construction workers. My dad almost died on a construction site. And you do want to make sure that health and safety is first in our minds. And that's why, for me, this is personal. This is when you get that phone call at home and you have to run for the hospital because your dad is dying. When you have these issues in front of you, 2 to 5% is peanuts. That's what we're talking about in here. We're talking about good quality of life for our members. We're talking about good quality of work. How much more is it going to cost us if we don't have good people trained, working in a safety environment to deliver good products for our city? And above all, for the lives of the people that are working out there, for thousands and thousands of people. And yes, I added a motion to add LaUNA, which is the largest construction union in there. They have lots of contractors. There can be lots of competition between all these now 10 unions, and they can bid. But they can train our youth, they can have careers for them, they can do good work in our city, and they can do it in a safe way. And I just hope that you get my support so nobody has to get the call like I did that morning.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson has a question for you, clarification.
Yeah, you referenced safety. I read the report thoroughly. I didn't see any references. Are you indicating that these other organizations don't have safety measures in place and processes and standards and certification?
Councillor Robinson, I can provide a study for you. I can share with you that safety.
Is it in the staff report?
Sorry?
Was it in the staff report?
You know what? We had lots of reports that fortunately this was a discussion that people engage with. I'm looking at some report that I think staff has as well that says that lost time injury rates are 23% lower in unionized firms. We also know that critical injuries rates are 29% lower in unionized firms. So I invite you to come to some of these job sites and see how dangerous this work is. Unions have health and safety people that actually go to the job sites, they check, they insure, and we would have to hire more people. That was not accounted in our savings to do this work. So safety for me is important. This is dangerous work that gets out there. People are building buildings that are 80 stories high. They're building subways that are meters and meters underground. And for me, safety is crucial. And I know that given the results that unions have better rates, I would bet on that.
So in the report, the two reports, there was no mention of issues with safety. Except, just to basically say that there's a pre-qualification requirement.
But,
so in the
I believe that you
pre-qualification
heard the city manager
requirement,
saying that we have to hire
you
more
would
people.
simply put that into the process. The city has standards.
Yes.
And certification, et cetera. All levels of government do.
Absolutely, and they have
So
to
I
be
guess my
enforced.
question to you is,
Councillor, please allow the councillor to ask the question, please.
so if you're concerned about safety and regulations around that, which are already in place, why wouldn't we simply add that into our pre-qualification requirement, and then that checks all the boxes and allows everybody to participate in the process?
Because these things need to be supervised and they need to be enforced. And if you go that route, the city manager just confirmed, we're going to have to hire more people at City Hall to do that work. He just confirmed that. We have partners that have been doing it for decades, that have a track record of doing it well, better than anybody. And so for me, that is enough for me enough reason to put forward this motion.
So you've added I can't say it, Leona? I hope I said that properly. Thank you. Leon, I can't say it, but anyway, you know what I mean. So have you consulted with any other organization? You're moving only them to be added to the mix?
This is a union that does a lot of work with the city that has, it's the largest construction unions. I know that many people were concerned about not having enough competition and contractors and so on. So I thought that it would be important to have those.
But why haven't you added all the other organizations that have sent us correspondence and reached out to us?
That was your last question? That are accredited by the province, and so
Councillor, that was
well,
your
you're
last
welcome
question.
to do it, Councillor.
That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a question?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the answer to the last question. I think it was important. I just wanted to know why one particular organization was picked to be added. It was in the member's motion.
Like I said, I think I'm familiar with the fact that they do work, a lot of work with the city already, and I thought that was important to bring them in. If you have other ones that you talk to, you're welcome to add them if you want. I guess we're all able to put motions on the floor of council.
So the unit of measure was that they work for the city already.
And they have excellent training centers, and they have good programs, and then their largest construction union in the province.
Did you compare or consult with any of the other entities that are out there that could possibly do the same thing, in equal quality and equal training?
Like I said, there's good work. We have proof on the work that gets done all over our city. And a lot of people were concerned. They wanted more contractors, and that's what I'm doing. And this is the largest construction union out there.
Are they better?
Sorry?
Are they better than the others?
That's not for me to judge.
But
I see a lot of work that they do in my area. I'm pretty happy with it.
You're happy with the work in your area, so that's a rationale for
Listen,
choosing
they
one.
do a lot of work, and the procurement is okay. I think we have a very robust process, actually, to deal with contractors that do good or bad work. And when you look at the numbers and all the contracts that they've done and the success rate, I think that it is clear that they do good work because they do a very, very high amount of work in our city.
Did you check with anyone on staff to see how they perceived that particular organization and if they recommended adding them to the group?
Councillor, like I said, they produce a lot of work, and I think that the evaluation of the work and the fact that they've been doing the work and rewarded with contractors and their workers are doing the work, I think it's proof that that they are capable of continuing to do that work.
Did you seek a legal opinion or consultation on those that are in charge of managing the work on the staff side to understand the implication and whether or not they had support of doing this?
I believe that if they didn't have support to do almost 80% that they do of the work, they wouldn't be given the work in the first place.
So that's a no.
I'm saying that I believe that staff has done their work.
I'm sorry, could you clarify?
Every time they award a contract, I believe that it means that they're doing good work and that they checked all the procedures and all the good work that they've done.
But you didn't consult them on your motion to make them one of the now 10 parties that are signatories with the city.
I didn't consult on.
You didn't?
Yes, we consult, yes, because a lot of the conditions actually has been suggested by staff to make sure that we do this properly.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the city manager's original recommendations found in the staff report. If I could ask the clerks to put those on that. This is a very difficult subject matter. It's very difficult to understand without doing a bit of reading into all the ins and outs. Most certainly, your average citizen on the street, wouldn't know all of the pieces that goes into labor relations and contracts and procurements at the city. So councillors, I think, did their homework. I'm assuming that everyone was out there talking to people. I talked to people on both sides of the issue. I spoke to the trades. They came. They were very proud of their work. I agree. They're fantastic entities. In earnest, they explained why they felt that they did work better and why they felt the city should take the position to opt out. I also spoke to other organized entities that would like to do work for the city, the CLAC, for instance. They're another union. They're a union, so this is not about union versus anti-union. They're just another group that have thousands and thousands of people that live in Toronto that are not even able to work in their city on these projects because they're not part of it. And maybe they felt second fiddle to this. I mean, I don't know, but they very much disagreed with the ability of not having that opportunity as the others do. I even talked to some small business owners that say, look, like I do this kind of work. I do a fine job. I can do this quality work here, and I don't have a chance to bid on it. You see, I've got all these sides here, but after reflection, I realized, there's really only one side a councillor can take. That's the side of the people that elected us here, the citizens, the taxpayers of the city. That's the lens that I have to apply. It's not about this side or that side. It's about the job that I have to do in this chamber to find my way through it. You know what? I've got really good advice on how to find my way. The city manager has written not one but two very comprehensive reports about analysis on this subject and has come up with a recommendation that we should allow the provincial legislation to pass. It's very crisp. It's written in there. The amount that was talked about was $2 to, I think, $48 million. That was the city manager's estimate. We've heard others that are out there. That's nothing to sneeze at. I'm assuming that's per year. So if that's $50 million a year, I mean, how many subway stops can we build over a number of years with that kind of money? You know what the most amazing thing about all that is? That we can get that money by 26 button clicks. It doesn't cost us a nickel. The province has done the work to make that happen. They've passed the legislation. All we have to do is allow this legislation to carry through. couple of clicks on the button. You know, I realize it takes guts, it takes fortitude to work your way through these issues. They're tough. I mean, there's really smart people that come and talk to councillors to try to explain the positions on this, to try to walk us through all the ins and outs. But it's tough, and it's like steering a ship. This thing moves really slowly, but we've got to aim the ship in a certain direction. You know, I brought something along. I think we know it. There's a storm out there on the horizon. We've been told the province is really serious about what's going to happen with the next budget cycle. You know, I'm worried that
Small for you.
the ship has been steered towards a reef. You know, like you can look, you can see the storm there on the horizon. But we have to have the guts to turn the ship's wheel, to do what the advice is of our public service. And for whatever reason, we've taken that advice and flipped it over on its head. I know it's corny to wear the life vest, but I'm really worried about this, that, you know, we are really headed for a shipwreck when we have to deal with these finances. We're passing up on $48 million. Costs us nothing, just some clicks of a button.
That will not keep you afloat. Every meeting.
We don't have to get that file. You know what? You're never going to live that image down, ever. Oh, God. That's like that little cap that that French guy wore in Quebec there when he went to the meat plant. Right?
Okay. Councillor Holiday, can you swim? No. Okay. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Robinson.
I'm sorry. So I'll be supporting the original staff recommendations for the City of Toronto to become a non-construction employer. And I believe deeply, as City Councillors, it is our duty to represent the people of Toronto, not to protect special interests. Clearly, this supplementary report, the first report was excellent. The supplementary report doubles down on what the first report said. And what we've seen here is cost savings, an opportunity for that in the millions and potentially much more. We've also seen that we could accelerate work and scheduling and be on time or even get things in advance, and something that we're all very focused on no matter what piece of infrastructure it is. Also, a competitive process is a healthy one. You get better outcomes when you have a competitive process. And what are we afraid of? Opening the market to everyone? How could we possibly be afraid of that? Limitations of four-day work weeks. This is not really how we move our city forward. So I believe in being open and inclusive. Madam Speaker, I can't hear.
Councillors, please. Okay.
I believe in being open and inclusive, not exclusive, the very opposite. And I'm really concerned that we are really limiting ourselves as a city, truly limiting ourselves as a city. Again, I don't for the life of me understand what we're so afraid of. I'm very concerned with this member's motion that we've plucked one group out, I certainly haven't done it, and placed them into the mix without any consultation, without any discussion. Where were those meetings? I was not aware of those meetings. I was not aware of any agreement. Where has this all gone down? I'm very concerned about that as well. So there is a framework in place. And with that framework, we have recommendations by our expert city staff that support this. Our expert city staff, we've got the best of any municipality right here in Toronto. And this is what they've placed before us. And you know what? There's all sorts of safety nets. The pre-qualification requirement process, et cetera, et cetera. So let's join 440 other municipalities who are going the open process. Now, they don't really have a choice, but let's join our other municipalities and proceed with staff recommendations, which I believe my colleague has moved. I just would summarize by saying I think this really, truly speaks volumes, what's happening here.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, did you want to speak?
Sure. I'd be happy to. Speaker, I've been following this as it's moved sort of, you know, from committee to council, and in talking to some of my my colleagues about it. And I have to tell you, it's not, this isn't a debate, you know, about finances or potential savings or any of those things, because everybody understands that the numbers that are being bandied about probably aren't true in terms of what, if there might be some potential savings for us to basically, how do they say, opt in, as it were. It's really an ideological debate that has been foisted on us. It's kind of like an anti-union conversation. That's really what it's been about. It's about people sort of sitting around here saying, oh, geez, I don't want anybody telling me what to do. What we haven't focused in on in any of those conversations is sort of the nature of construction, how complex an industry it is, and simply the nature of the work. Like, how much does a construction worker make on average a year? You look at some of the hourly sums, and you would say, oh man, like if you inflate that out, it's probably about $100,000 a year for a construction worker. It's probably not. I mean, for a lot of them, there are rain days. There are hot days. There are cold days. There are windy days. And then there's some days when there's no work, because you're kind of in between jobs. So how much money does a construction worker make who's constantly in a dangerous setting, no matter how safe you try to make it? There's machines all around you all the time. There's big pointy nails on the floor around you all the time. You could step on any time. There's things that could fall on your head at any time, and you're constantly underweight. I look at some of my colleagues around here, and if they trained for a long time, they still wouldn't be able to do the work. You wouldn't, because it's a tough slog. I look back at my own experience, for example. I remember as a young boy, my father coming home one night and talking about how they had to rappel outside, you know, the outside of a building on these jacks, the shoring that were holding up the floors. Why? Because they were, I don't know, 4th or 5th story, and underneath they had the heaters, you know, trying to heat the building, and they started to blow up. Boom, 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 boom. Fire and flame everywhere. That's the nature of it, right? And they grappled down and jumped on some stuff, and he came home that night. He's retired now. Steel shank in his arm. Shattered leg and ankle. Broken ribs. I remember going out to get him a special chair so that he could be laid up those weeks and weeks without work, without pay, and in a great deal of pain. So how much does a construction worker make? So we're going to sit there and we're going to have this ideological conversation about some potential little savings which are absolutely not true. You know why people work in a non-unionized environment? Because they get paid more money. They make more. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the employees there. You wouldn't get those guys to work for all these little fly-by-night operations who come and do your little jobs, abandon you without real qualifications if they were working for less money. Oh, unless, of course, they're here without appropriate paperwork. Yeah, we all understand that. Why do you think that most of the industry is unionized?
Thank you, Councillor.
Reflect on that. My time is out.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Okay, that's it for the speakers. We'll vote. Okay, we'll vote on members' motion 851 first.
There's been no motions on that, right?
Recorded vote.
The motion carries 20-4.
Motion 1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please.
The motion carries 19-5.
Hmm? Yeah. Okay, that. Yeah. Yeah. Motion 2 is redundant, so. Do you,
There were. That's the vote.
okay, thank you. That item has been completed. Page 3, IE 5.5, School Crossing Guard Program. Questions? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Okay, let's just give a minute. Okay, if I can please have some quiet, please. Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
So we're taking over the crossing guard program, and that's ostensibly from a recommendation from the Police Transformational Task Force to send it over to the city. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
And so the proposition in that task force report was that it was going to be cost neutral. Is that fair to say?
Through the original report, that is correct.
And how much did they say that the program cost?
In the original report?
Yep.
8.8 million.
8.8 million. And how much are they giving us?
We've transferred over 7.5 million.
I see. Where's the rest?
The rest is the difference is the indirect costs. We couldn't transfer over all of those costs because we still bear those costs in terms of officers that were involved in the program that we still have to pay.
I see. So there wasn't. So we didn't get what was promised to us. And then now, so we thought it was going to cost. Well, actually, the gentleman, did you know it was going to cost us more to run the program?
No.
I see. Now, once this program was transferred over, you started to approve more crossing guards at more locations at a higher rate than had been previously recorded. Is that fair to say?
Whatever requests we receive for what we call the warrant process, we would look at those requests, and where warranted, we would approve the crossing guard site.
So
I couldn't tell you whether it's at a higher rate or at the same rate.
there is someone actually, Madam Chair, because I asked him this question when I met with him, the gentleman next to Ms. Gray, he does know the answer to that question. So can you tell me, we've been approving significant more crosswalks, the police have been, now after they have no responsibility for it, giving us an increased cost of many more crossing guards. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, to be exact, in terms of the numbers that were provided from the Toronto Police, it was a case where in the past, typically there was anywhere from 20 to 30 additional guards per year. But just in those last kind of recent years, the number did go up a little bit to roughly about 40 to 50 per year.
So it's more than double. It's about double, is that right?
Through the chair, yes.
So they knew that they didn't have to cover the cost, so they approved more crossing guards.
That is not the case. We looked at each request based on its merit and based on criteria that we have set, and would approve or not approve based on that criteria.
Oh, okay. All right. So I had a question. So we're paying these crossing guards now 2.25 hours, correct? Morning, lunchtime, and evening.
We're currently.
Sorry,
sorry.
I don't think that has anything to do with, Madam Chair, with the Toronto Police Service, because they're no longer going to be part of this. I'm asking city staff. Okay.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Yeah. So at a lot of schools, I mean, I have personal experience because I have kids going to school. They're just generally needed for about 45 minutes, from 8 o'clock. School starts at 8:30. Kids really don't come before 8 o'clock. And at 8:45, if you're not in school, you're in a lot of trouble. So that's 45 minutes. So we're paying for the extra, right?
Through the chair, that is correct, although of the 710 locations, each location does vary. Some locations, the requirement is deemed to be an hour and 20 minutes to an hour and 30 minutes. In some locations, just an hour, correct.
Right. And so the total cost from what the police services said was going to be around, what was it, $10 million odd dollars? Now it's jumped to $24 million. Is that fair?
That is correct, through the chair.
We had this discussion, Madam Chair. I asked about lunchtime. Do we need all these crossing guards at lunchtime?
Through the chair, traditionally, it's been a case where we've often had three areas of coverage, including lunch. But per our previous discussions, there are a number of other jurisdictions, for example, Ottawa, where they only do in the morning and the PM shift.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Matlow, and I apologize, Councillor Matlow, you should have asked questions first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard from more than one now crossing guard who I've just run into at various schools in my community, who have said that they feel like they've been left in the dark through the transition. They've received no information about just what it's all about, who's going where, whose job is safe, whose job is not, who they're working for at different times. They just feel very left in the dark, and I want to understand what, if any, communications, whether it be from the police or from the city, have been sent to our crossing guards to just, whoever is their employer at any one moment, to be respectful and help them understand what the status of their employment and their future might be.
Yep, through the chair, we've been working very closely with Toronto Police through the transition process. And at every opportunity where we have to basically provide communications out to the crossings guards group. So there was a letter that was sent out, I believe, last year, giving them a little bit of a heads up with respect to the transition and what's going forward. And then likewise, earlier this year, there was a meeting, I believe it was in March, where we invited the school crossing guard staff. It was a joint meeting held by Toronto Police Service and ourselves to provide additional information to them as well.
Sorry, like crossing guards themselves?
Correct,
All crossing
yeah.
guards were invited. So every crossing guard would have received
Correct.
correspondence from
Correct.
you?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe the invitation was sent out through their pay stubs, where we regularly communicate, or that is a regular communications meeting through the police. They were all invited to a meeting back in March where we gave them a bit of a heads up with respect to what's going on. And likewise, we have been in communications with the School Crossing Guard Association as well, and to the best of our abilities, because we are going through a whole procurement process to provide them with information in terms of the process.
Is there any, do we have certainty about, like, how there are some, if not many, crossing guards that the community just loves? They protect our kids, right? So we form a relationship with them, and there are community members who, would go to bat for them no matter what. Do we have any certainty about their status of employment through the transition, or is there a possibility that they will either be let go or moved?
Yeah, through the chair, we totally agree. I mean, these school crossing guards are community stalwarts. They're very, very critical, important pieces, and quite frankly, very proud to be bringing them on through the whole scheme of our Vision Zero in terms of improving safety around schools. So it's always been the spirit of our contracting process that we would be ensuring that they'd be given the first opportunity at those positions. First and foremost, to get those positions, and in parallel with that, to maintain at the same location that they are as well, too.
That's wonderful to hear. If there's a crossing guard out there, let's say who's watching this right now, who would they contact today if they needed more information?
Yeah, through the chair, the process.
Or a parent council, or who?
Yeah. Through the chair, through the process right now, because we're just completing, and this being sort of the final stage of the procurement process in terms of receiving council approval on the two vendors that we have moving forward, what we're intending to do is have the crossing guard information passed on to those vendors, and those vendors would actually be reaching out to the crossing guards first and foremost to inform them of the opportunity to be working with them and moving forward from that.
And then my last three questions, and I'll bundle them as an omnibus. What information are you providing counselors in their offices as far as just everything that we need to know to then let neighborhoods and parents know? Number two, how is your criteria and process to consider where a crossing guard is placed different or similar to I would say fairly the restrictive criteria that the police had? And then number three, what information can you provide us to then we can, then even proactively share with parent councils and neighborhood residents associations?
Yeah, through the chair, we prepared some information that was passed out to the councillors, I guess, about a month or so ago. Although the thing is, the information that was provided there wasn't complete because it didn't include details about the proponents, the winning vendors, and this sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So from that perspective, we will be able to provide councillors with an updated set of information. That's a complete package now that we know the recommended vendors, and with all the details with respect to the process moving forward.
And again, who would they contact? Who would a parent or a local resident contact for more information if they wanted to get a crossing guard?
Through the chair, that would be Landy Chun. So if they wanted to get a crossing guard, with the new process going forward, we do have an online system where they can basically apply to have a crossing guard moving
Terrific.
forward.
And then the last thing,
Okay,
like I asked
Sorry,
earlier,
what's the last
just the criteria. How is it different or similar from the police?
Okay, that was
Yeah.
your last question.
Yeah, so through the chair, we have been working with the police and also the school boards in terms of updating the warrant process that's used by the police. There is a new practice that's been published by the Ontario Traffic Council, sort of a best practices of all traffic municipalities. So we are in the process right now of trying to update our process to basically reflect that.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yeah, just a question of, again, I just want to make sure I've got that straight. So
Hold on, Councillor Cole, just a sec. Councillor Fletcher, your name is at the bottom. Oh, yeah, because I skipped, okay. Okay, go ahead.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Just,
I'm sorry.
just of the police services or our transportation staff, I just want to get this clear, that this program was being delivered by Toronto Police Services for approximately $10 million when it was being offered by Toronto Police Services. Is that correct? $10, $11 million?
Through you, Madam Chair, the report basically indicates the cost, including indirect costs and an overhead component, is about $9.8 million.
$9.8 million. Now, if I go to transportation, we are basically charged with a report before us which says that for us to take over the program, the same basic type of program with crossing guards, what is the projected cost?
Through the Speaker, the projected cost is $24 million approximately. I think it's fair to point to the supplementary report that we provided to identify some pretty critical differences between the base program that the police were delivering and what is going to be delivered. And a couple of things that we learned in doing the backfill contracts this last year, so that the police officers did not have to be deployed to crossing locations to backfill, is that it is critical and important to have 100% coverage at those crossing guard locations, and so we've built that into the request for proposal for any vendor to ensure that that could happen, which comes at a higher cost. We've followed the best practices developed by the Ontario Traffic Council around crossing guards. It was released in 2018, which talked about a difference in salaries for compensating these folks for their time and ensuring that they are able to show up. That's part of the reason why we have somewhat extended hours, and that we really want to make sure that people are going to those positions and some additional components as well.
No, that you're basically doing your due diligence, and I know that you've done a great job as staff to make sure the program is effective, safe, and comprehensive.
That's what's
But for the life of me, I cannot explain this to people, how we could go from a $10 million program all of a sudden becomes a $23 million program. And I just find that despite all the enhancements we're doing, I just wonder when this was approved in a report that I wasn't part of, was the council ever told that this is what that transference of the crossing guard program to the city would cost? Or some people told me it was going to be cost neutral.
Through the Speaker, the decision to put the fulfillment of this out to a contract to vendors meant that we had to put it out to market in order to see what the market would return. The other piece that I think is really important is the police's program was at 610 guards, and the program that we have put out and proposed based on approved warrants is now 710 guards. So that's another reason why the cost is much higher, is that there's 100 additional locations as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I guess the police were paying so much per crossing guard, and the police were essentially providing that service. Now, all of a sudden, you're providing that same service, and as much as we're doing, we're adding a number more guards, et cetera, what are we paying someone an hour now in total dollars compared to what the police were basically paying at their 9.8 million?
Yeah, so through the chair, I mean, if you look at the details of the supplemental, the delta, specifically on the section pertaining to crossing guards, the delta is about $15.2 million overall. In terms of the breakdown of $15.2 million, so as mentioned, there's roughly 110 additional locations, so that accounts for roughly about $2.8 million in terms of excess. In terms of the amount that the guards are being compensated, under the police program a few years ago, they were being compensated at minimum wage. We engaged our Fair Wage office and had them undertake a review, and they basically estimated a rate of about $16.97 per hour. That being said, we also consulted through the Ontario Traffic Council and all the other municipalities in terms of their school crossing guard program to basically sort of see that, generally speaking, from a best practices point of view, if you want to get staff retention, if you want the higher level of service, the amount that you're looking at is more closer to about $19 per hour. So when you bump up to the $19 per hour, that has an impact of an additional $1.2 million. And then lastly, in terms of the additional hours per shift, so under the police program, they were compensating the guards at 1.2 hours per shift, whereas in terms of the model that the contractors are using, again, from a staff retention perspective and truly reflecting the fact that with these crossing guards, we're asking them, to be covering these 3 shifts, but they're in fact actually making for the whole day.
That was your last question. You
sorry.
were 15 seconds before the 5 minutes when you started a very long answer. I'm sure Councillor Pasternak will follow along and take it from there. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, I don't know if I could match the articulate nature of those questions, but I will certainly try. Now, you've mentioned a few times, I don't want to belabor the point, that the program was quoted to City Council as $10 million a year before it was transferred. And I bring your attention to the document that we use to make our decisions. On page 30 of the Toronto Police Service Transformational Task Force report, it quotes the cost of the program as $6.8 million. Now, I'd like to know how you're going from 6.8 to 10, and I understand, I don't agree with it, but I understand how we got to 24, but why are you answering all the questions as $10 million cost, when in fact we were given documentation that showed a $6.8 million cost?
So the through you, Madam Chair. So the 6.8 was at that time in terms of information that was provided in the Transformational Task Force report. When we looked at it and when we added indirect costs and overheads to truly reflect the cost of the overall program, that's how we got to 9.8 million.
Now, you also mentioned in this report that there were 3,138 hours of officer time that was taken away from other police duties. Now, was that added to the cost of the program to get up to the 10 million?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, that was not, because that's a cost that we bear regardless of the program.
All right, so you were running a program with 600 part-time school crossing guards, and in the staff report, there's a reference to 710 locations. Now, is there a reason why the transformational report that was given to us to make decisions on whether to transfer quotes their numbers in part-time school crossing guards, and that city staff quotes their numbers for us to make decisions as 710 locations?
Through the chair, so just to be clear, the 601 locations were how many crossing guards existed back in 2017 at the time of the Toronto Transformational Task Force, whereas between then and now, there's been an additional 109 locations, to be exact, locations that have been approved.
But
new locations.
The report refers to 600 part-time school crossing guards. Is that the same number as locations? Because that's not, the reports say two different things. One quotes locations, and the other one quotes individual crossing guards.
Through the chair, I believe that is correct. They're the same. Yeah.
All right, so for the, I think the 2020-21 fiscal year, from January 1st to December 31st, 2020, this figure of 24 million comes up. But there's also an assumption that that will remain at 710 locations. Is there a position of staff that no new locations will be added between January 1st and December 31st, 2020?
Through the Speaker, we have modified, as of April 1st, we have modified the warrant process, which is how we go about identifying additional locations and approving additional guards, working with the police, as Roger mentioned. And we've modified that to have some more predictability, to require a counselor as well as the principal to engage in that process at the front end. Previously, anybody could request a crossing guard at any location, and that warrant would be reflected. And so we've put some more discipline and structure into that process, in part because, as we mentioned, crossing guards are part of the Vision Zero safety program. There are other mechanisms that we can use at various locations, depending on the site conditions, to improve safety that may or may not require a crossing guard. And so there probably will be additional guards that are proposed, and we will take that through the warrant process. If they pass those warrants, we would in fact add additional locations to the roster, and we would bring that back through the budget process to describe.
Okay, but fair enough. The figure that we're given in here of 24 million and change is based on the assumption that we'll be frozen at 710.
Through the Speaker, that is the current situation now. We have not factored in any kind of growth factor for future. We assume with the warrant process moving forward that there are going to be additional proposals that we will have to evaluate.
All right, just very quickly, the task force says that these are crossing guards for schools with kindergarten to grade 6. Can I just squeeze this one in? Clearly, I know of schools that are K to 8 have crossing guards. Has that policy changed? Are we going on beyond K to 6? Are we going to K to 8? Have we ever put one at a high school?
Okay, thank you.
Through you, the current policy is K to 6.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad Mr. Veneziano is here because he sort of goes all the way back with this, having been CFO before being CEO. The reason that this became a discussion at the police is really about not the cost of the crossing guard, but the cost of the police that ended up being involved in the service. Am I right?
Through you, Madam Chair, certainly that was a factor. We wanted to focus on our core responsibilities.
Right, and so out of, well, it will now be 600 locations, but we were told that absentee rates were sometimes going as high as 20%. At a minimum, 10% was the rate of absenteeism.
I couldn't tell you for sure that was the rate, but certainly there was at least a 10% absentee rate.
And I understand that there was a contract component to the hiring of the crossing guards under the police service as well. Did they had an agency that hired people in?
No, that's not true.
Oh, so they did do individual hiring?
We did do individual hiring, and then we had spares that we would use in the event that somebody didn't show up. Not on standby, they would only get paid if, in fact, they actually did the crossing guard site, and then use police officers where the spares couldn't be there.
Okay, so I'm wondering if I'm calculating it right, because I look at if the absenteeism rate was 10%, and we had 600 locations, I'm talking about 10% of that. Then would be 60 of those crossing guards not showing up for a couple hours of work. What's the hourly wage of the average police officer?
It's about $50 an hour.
About $50 an hour, and it was whoever was available in the division. So that's on average. When I calculate that out at just 10% absenteeism, what I come out to using my little calc bot on my phone is, well, it doesn't show on the crossing guard budget line that's quoted here, because all you can do is take the crossing guard budget line. Well, it doesn't show here. In fact, there was $5 million of policing going into getting kids across the road to school as opposed to fighting crime. Does that sound about right?
I think that number's a little bit high.
Well, I rounded that down because when I calculated out what I came to at 10% absenteeism was 5.8, and that sounded a little nutty to me, so I rounded it down to 5.
So
Yeah.
so we actually asked our officers where possible to actually indicate that they were doing a school crossing guard coverage. And basically, there was about 3,150 hours that we actually had recorded, which translates to about $160,000. Having said that, it was probably higher than that only because some officers didn't record it as such.
Yes, and the reason they wouldn't record it as such is because where does that police expenditure sit? Where would that show up in the police
Councillor Carroll, hold
services
on.
budget?
There's an awful lot of noise
There
here.
sure is.
Councillor Holiday, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Cole. What is going on here? And we don't even have quorum. Quorum call. If I can please ask members of council to be in your seats. Like, quorum call.
Members, please press your buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber. Thank you.
Counselor Robinson, please. Counselor Carroll. Yes.
Yeah.
Counselor Fillion, please. Thank you.
I had to have a quorum call.
Counselor Matlow,
because-
please.
Madam Speaker, there are 20 members in the chamber. Quorum is present.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carroll, if you'd like to continue.
So we have, at a minimum 10% absenteeism, and we have real police officers at $50 or more filling that, couple hours a day, 180 days a year, and they're doing it with real primary response unit time. And so where does that show up in the police budget?
In the home unit of that officer in terms of where they work day to day.
Right, so
it's
it's
in
in
our
the division's budget. It's not showing up on the crossing guard budget line. What's in that crossing guard budget line? The non-police crossing guards and the administration of the program, and that's it?
Yeah, for sure, the direct costs in terms of what we actually pay the crossing guards, including benefits, as well as some of the administration that's involved in actually coordinating and facilitating the program.
And who does that administration? Is it a mixture of uniform and non-uniform?
Yes, that's correct. So you have some uniform officers who are either accommodated or do that as part of other duties that they have during the day.
Yeah.
And then we have some civilian staff that also do it, depending on the division and how busy they are.
And one of the things we were hoping for in the transformation is those uniforms involved in the administration of a crossing guard program, they could then be moved to do what kind of policing?
Proactive and public safety.
Really anything to do with public safety and back into actual divisional administration and supervision.
That's correct.
Right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm going to be using that overhead, so I'm hoping staff can get that on. I'm going to be using that in a minute. I just want to go back to some of those questions that Councillor
Okay,
Carroll.
are you going to the overhead?
I'm going to go there in a minute.
Okay, I'll start your time then.
Yes, but if staff could make sure it's working before I get there, that'd be great, when I get there. Thank you. That'd be helpful. So just to go back to what I'll call the direct and indirect costs. And the direct costs are what we're seeing here, which is basically what's been paid to all the guards for the hourly rate, for the amount of hours. And then there's what Councillor Carroll has described or unearthed as indirect costs, which is 55, there was grade officer, and that was her job, was to make sure all the crossing guards were in place. And then if they weren't, Sometimes she'd go out and do that, other people would go out, other officers would have to go out and cover that off if somebody was unable to be there. So we're just trying to estimate those costs per year across all of those sites. And Councillor Carroll has come up with, I think it's $5 million, just in what we'll call indirect costs based on station costs, officer costs, or the percentage of their time that they're devoted to this in administering the program. Are we really far off, or if we put everything in that, we'd probably find we're pretty close?
Through you, Madam Chair, when you think about the fact that $6.5 million is our direct cost for the actual guards, $5 million would be, I think, a little bit high in terms of what it costs us to have officers do that work, even though they're doing it at a higher rate. It's only 10%. Not only 10%, it is 10%. So I'm not saying you're completely off, but $5 million seems a little high to
You
me.
know what I recall when we first started talking about this? That the number $11 million was going to be the savings for Toronto Police Service. I don't know who else remembers that for the transformation, that was the budget line that would be saved at TPS. It wasn't, in my remembrance, that. So that kind of fits with the two things, but.
There are indirect costs, as you did mention, that add up to probably about, with overheads, about $3 million. So that certainly is a cost that has to be taken into account when you're looking at this.
That's not really here. So if we were to, just want to ask the General Manager, Councillor Ainsley, Speaker, I can't answer the General Manager because the Councillor
Councillor
hasn't
Ainsley,
here.
please.
Just hold that. Holding time. Just,
Yeah, okay, some people, okay.
thank you. If we could actually get that number, we could postpone this and try to get the number from the Toronto Police, or we could assume that there's a fairly indirect cost that we're not being shown here that should be added into the overall cost of transferring this program. Would you be happy if we deferred this and waited to get that number, or are we urgently needing to get this done?
The timing would be through the Speaker, the timing would be quite problematic to defer, as we need to get the guards transferred, and we need to make sure that we are ready to go with a full program by the beginning of the school year in September.
Just coming back here now, Speaker, and getting this on. But really, when we started talking about this, we were transferring the program. And again, I'm Speaker, I need your attention because I don't have the attention of the General Manager. And
Okay,
could you just stop my time?
I did. Do you have something on the?
Yes, I have a question. Still here with my question.
No, I know, but do you have something
And I'll
on the
show that
screen?
in a second.
Okay.
But I have the question for the General Manager.
Okay.
Which is, would you agree with me that when we had looked at transferring this, I think that Council agreed we were transferring the program, transferring the crossing guards, transferring everything away from TPS because of their modernization and their desire not to have that anymore, to a city process.
Through the Speaker, my understanding is that they were transferring the program to the City for Transportation Services to take and to determine the best way to deliver that program.
Right, and I think councillors would assume, since we have 600 or 700 crossing guards, they were coming with that program. So one of the things is, I have this, I hope everybody can see it, maybe you can't, but it is from one of the vendors telling the guards that all past TPS guards are invited to a special early bird application process. We haven't given out the contract yet, but they are saying that it's by June 28th they have to apply for the new job. Now, this is really a surprise to me. I don't know if it's a surprise to you or not, but there it is in writing. We ask you to visit our site and apply online by 4 p.m. Friday, June 28th, 2019. Did the vendor discuss this with you?
We have not given any direction to the vendor to contact guards. We do know, however, that the vendors likely are very eager to make sure that they can get secured all the guards by the beginning of the school year. And so, since they're not under contract with us yet, as we've not yet approved a contract.
No, I understand.
So,
don't you see a problem here that they're kind of telling these guards that they have until Friday, June 28th to apply for their job back?
So our understanding is that the vendor is going to be eager to bring the full complement of guards forward. In terms of what they're doing before that we have them on they are not currently under contract with us.
Does this
and
not
so-
concern you that the vendor is telling the existing guards that they have a chance to apply before everybody else, but they have to do so by June 28th? That is 10 days from now.
That
This is a lot of pressure on these guards.
That was
They're-
your last question.
I'm trying to get the answers.
So through the speaker, that is not information that we had, so that certainly seems like a tight time frame. I think if and when the vendor contract gets approved, we will then have these vendors under contract and communicate to them the appropriate timeframes. I think there's certainly a balance of wanting to move quickly and give the existing guards the ability to come in and discuss future employment with the vendor, get that settled so they have some assurance, and at the same time, we want to make sure that they have enough time to be able to be prepared for that process.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to, I think, Roger. I wanted to ask, in our Vision Zero program, we've gone through all the schools and we've ranked them, have we not?
Through the chair, yes, we have.
So would you say that the city's in a position, we have 1,000 schools in the city, something like that?
Through the chair, that's roughly correct, yeah.
Order of magnitude. Your staff have done an admirable job of doing some analysis on them and put them in sequential order in terms of risks, and that's informed the process of the enhancements that we're doing to the school zones and the stuff that we've previously debated in council. But in order to make that plan work, you had to figure out where the most difficult schools and school areas are. I got that right?
Yeah, through the chair, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, so we got an understanding of our school inventory. I'm going to flip it over. Can someone tell me, how compartmentalized are these contracts? Is it an all-or-nothing procurement that we did, or could we say, look, I know we got 700 proposed locations, we only got half the money, can you do 350 of them? Is that possible under this design? Looking at procurement maybe could help with that particular answer.
Through the chair, well, I think there's some flexibility in terms of the amount of locations. Cutting it in half, it would be contrary to the public procurement law, because we wouldn't be awarding the contract we put out to tender.
So we put out a contract, but I'm seeing in the financials here, we didn't have the money to pay for it. Have I got that right? Because we've got to get approval from council to fund now the change in scope.
Through the chair, part of the procurement bylaw says that if a contract comes in over budget, one of the ways to get that awarded is by going to council and seeking those funding. If council decides not to fund it, then we can't award the contract.
So did I get it right here that we gave some prescription with respect to the rates, the wages that the crossing guards are to be paid under the new contract?
Through the chair, we would have only indicated that they were paying the fair wage rate.
Would we have been...
Or at least the fair wage rate, sorry.
Would we have been able to give a rough estimate of what the contract would have come back as? Knowing that we know that it's largely labor-based, the rates that we're pushing or we're prescribing in it are within this realm, would you have some idea that it was coming back at these prices?
Through the chair, based on my understanding, it's relatively close on what we predicted it would come at.
Okay, so creating a procurement, how do we get in a situation, we put out a tender, we had a pretty good idea it was going to come back at a price, and now we've got to come to council to get the funding for it. What broke in the process here? Or did it break? Or is this the design? We put stuff out and now we have to scramble to, and that's my editorial comment maybe, I take that, now we have to maneuver to now make up for the funding. What happened?
Through the chair, I'll start, and if Roger wants to add on. I think that generally speaking, we want to ensure that we have budget for all procurements before they go out. However, as situations arise, we might be put into an area where we need to come back to council to seek additional funding.
If I gave you half the money today, or if I should say this properly, if council gave you half the money today, what would you do? Would you go back out and retender, or would you be able to negotiate something? Because I mean, I think that's what the original budget was half, wasn't it?
Through the chair, I think we would be at risk if we tried to not award the contract based on what was tendered.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Questions, Speaker Nunziata?
Yes, thank you. So when a request is made for a crossing guard, is it made by the school board?
Through the chair, in the existing process, anyone can basically request a crossing guard. Although with the new process working forward, likewise anyone can put through the request, but we are trying to see if we can vet those requests through the local councillor as well as the principal of the school.
But it's coordinated through the school. I mean, there's a reason for asking for a crossing guard at a particular location, correct?
Through the chair, with the existing process, anyone can request, and it doesn't have to be coordinated through the school.
So it could be anybody from the public, a counselor, anyone.
That's correct. Yeah.
So, but at this point, is there any, does the school board contribute at all towards the program?
Through the chair, if you're referring to financially speaking, no,
Yes.
they do not.
They don't. Have we ever asked?
Through the chair, yes. When this was presented at IAC, a motion was brought forward by the councillors on IAC, and we request, and so basically we have started the process of communicating with the school boards in that regard.
Okay, so we have asked. So I don't recall if this question's been asked. So so the difference from when the police services was running the program to us, like, why is there such a huge difference?
Yeah, through the chair.
Like,
so
are we doing something different, or is it that the police services was doing a different program, or why was their cost less than ours?
Yeah, so through the chair, this is a significantly improved level of service that we're going to be providing through this program, and that is reflected within the cost. A lot of the delta in terms of the cost are things that we basically just learned over the last year, where we've been going through the process of the transition, where we've been looking at the emergency backfill and trying to understand what it takes to basically attract guards and retain guards to the positions.
Okay, so so the recommendation that we have before us is that without council approving these recommendations, you cannot proceed with the program as it is.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Now, right now at this point, has it been transferred over to the city?
Through the chair, no.
Or is it still in the hands of the police service?
Yeah, so currently until the end of this month of June, in terms of the school end, the police are still managing the program at the overall higher level. We are still assisting them with respect to the emergency backfill portion of that.
Because at the police services board, I know that there's been discussion and that it's been taken off the board, off the police services financial item. Am I not correct? Like, we haven't put any money into it?
So the transfer, through you, Madam Chair, the transfer is to take place, as was stated, on September 1 of this year. So we've been basically managing the program. So we have money in our budget, but we get reimbursed through transportation. So the net effect on our budget is zero, because we actually provide this.
Okay, so that's my
right.
point. So it's net zero because
Net zero.
it has been transferred. So to transportation budget, correct? Correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Questions, Councillor Perks?
Thank you. I'm trying to understand some things relative to the questions Councillor Fletcher was asking. I have a dim memory. Maybe it was with a GFL contracting out or some other contracting out. We put in a provision requiring the successful bidder to at least interview or give some kind of preferential treatment to current employees. Do you have any memory of that from purchasing? It's been a while.
Through the speaker, yes, my memory is a bit foggy on that as well. I don't quite remember, but I think there was something to that effect. I think in this RFP, there was discussion about having an opportunity for those existing crossing guards to be interviewed, to be hired on by the vendors.
So the provision in the tender is simply to be interviewed?
Thank you. I've been corrected. It's the first opportunity to be hired.
First opportunity to be hired. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, in my neighborhoods, we had a lot of problems with crossing guards. I moved a motion in December because of it, because of gaps. And that went on for weeks, and it was in schools close to our two borders and schools in the former Ward 25. It was actually quite unsettling what was happening there, because it was, you know, really very important locations. It was resolved through you going out and bringing in two firms, at least two firms, and then almost overnight, after police checks were done, it was resolved and fixed, and we had people in place. What was the process, and how have you corrected what was happening at that time, largely December, January?
Through the Speaker, when we started to provide the backfill in September of the 2018-19 school year, we had one contractor that was providing that backfill service. And there were also, it was about that time when we were understanding that a number of the guards had retired, and so we also needed to provide, in addition to a daily backfill, we also needed to provide basically a full replacement of guards that had retired. And so the number got to be quite significant, maybe went to 100 when we were planning more along the lines of 30 or 40 guards per day. It went to 100 pretty quickly. And so after we had the conversation, because we have been monitoring those locations, to know that we really needed some more capacity on the backfill side, and so we went through, and through two sole source contracts, we brought on vendors to provide those backfill guards in permanent locations, those that we therefore needed to fill permanently through the end of the school year.
So once you brought the two vendors on board, the situation was corrected, and we've had little to no complaints since that time.
Through the Speaker, that's correct, and we've almost had pretty much 90 to 100% fill rates since about that time. I don't know what the average is, but it's pretty close to that.
So my concern is just with the motion being moved, whether that makes it more bureaucratic and onerous to fill these positions, because the key is the critical positions where you really need the resource need to be filled and filled quickly.
Correct.
So I just worry about making things more bureaucratic or onerous so those positions aren't addressed.
Through the Speaker, I think our intention is that the program would be managed comprehensively by these two vendors, and they would be required, as per the RFP, to guarantee 100% backfill. So part of the reason why we have additional costs built into the contract is that we want to ensure that there is enough time, should someone not show up, that the vendor can then provide a backfill at that location at that shift.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak. You held the item down? Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Changed.
Back when the police had purview over the crossing guard program, it was incredibly frustrating for any school community, any neighborhood to be able to get a crossing guard at a location. The criteria that they had was so restrictive, where they would just go and take a snapshot of how many kids were walking unsupervised to school at that specific time. And then if they met the warrants, they might be able to be eligible for the crossing guard. The problem was there was sort of a chicken and egg scenario where many parents would say, well, the reason that we could never be eligible for getting that crossing guard is because we wouldn't feel comfortable without that adult supervision at that intersection to allow our kid to walk unsupervised, and therefore there would never be enough unsupervised kids walking at that hour when that police would be checking to see how many were walking there to be able to justify the placement of the guard. In other words, it became sort of this bizarro situation. And there were locations like Millwood, for example, on the north side of Davisville School, that we could have just never had achieved getting a crossing guard placement there based on, I thought, was overly restrictive criteria. And therefore, that's why I'm interested in knowing more, and I still don't have a full handle on it, and I'm going to pursue this later, on exactly what the criteria will be. It's one thing talking about who we contract, how we contract, but no matter who we're procuring the services from, if it's overly restrictive to be able to even get that placement, Madam Speaker, I can't hear a thing. I'm so sorry. I just can't hear.
Councillors?
Thank you. Then it won't matter that much if we can't place them in the first place. But then secondary, as Councillor Robinson said, we want to make sure that anything we do never gets in the way of being able to retain those crossing guards and be able to ensure that they can be placed as speedy as possible. I've seen examples of where crossing guards have been, MIA for weeks, if not months at a time, and parents are wondering whatever happened to them. Are they injured? Are they ill? Why won't the police and that before, or the city now? Why isn't there a crossing guard at my kid's neighborhood on the way to school? And then they find out that they're being told that they just can't find anybody to fill that place. And that's incredible. So I hope that the changes that we've made moving forward will ensure that there can be a quick move to fill that space if somebody isn't able to fulfill their responsibility. I want to mention, as I asked Barbara Gray earlier, that I think it's really important that the crossing guards that we have today are treated in a way that they get the respect that they deserve, and that they're provided all the information possible to make them feel that their jobs are safe, that they will get placement if they choose to, that they will be able to stay at the corner that they are at normally, because they know those kids, they know those parents, and the parents know them, and there's that relationship. I want to just complete my remarks to tell you about Mona Piper, who I believe sort of personified all crossing guards and why people love them. Years ago, there's this photo in the community that I kind of posted of Mona Piper during 2 elections ago, where she had a John Tory and a Josh Matlow button side by side. And wise woman Mona was. And Mona was, she actually had, her house was at the corner of the intersection where she took care of our kids at Maurice Cody Public School. And every day for over 40 years, she was Toronto's longest serving crossing guard. And every day, rain or shine, snow or sleet, she would be out there, and she knew every kid by name. She knew every parent by name. Then as the kids grew older, they became parents, and then she knew their kids. She was a member of the family. She loved them. We all loved her. And a few years ago, Mona passed away, and we came together as a community, and we were able to get a new playground. We actually we purchased some new properties, built a new park, built a playground, and then named the playground Mona Piper Playground. That's who these crossing guards are, and I just wanted to just use my last few seconds to just celebrate the work they do, because they love and they take care of our kids, and as parents, we really love them, and we want to take care of them too.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I do have a motion that I've been working on for a couple of days now with our staff and transportation services and others. And really, it does have to do with this exact same issue that Councillor Matlow is talking about, and these fantastic crossing guards that we've had for so long. Many of them have been there for years and years and know everyone, and they're not clear that they're able to come back or that they will come back to that location. So for these folks that have looked after our children called in to say the stop sign's missing, or there needs to be a stop bar, or many things. They've taken initiative. They are feeling very vulnerable right at the moment as we get closer to the end of the school year. And this motion essentially lays out what is implied, I think, in the RFP it's kind of clear, but I don't think it's as clear, some of the correspondence I've had with purchasing staff, that we can really put our foot down and say, these folks, they need to be rehired if they meet the qualifications, and they need to go back to those locations where they've served their communities so well, should they desire to do so. And this motion lays out that I don't think that that's their responsibility. I showed you that earlier. They're getting, Caraway is going and saying, we'll let you come and apply first, and it's by June 28th. That's 10 days from now. That just can't be. I think we need to deal with this vendor and say, slow down, that our city staff, police that have carriage of these great people, work with the vendor to make sure they're transferred over. I see on the list that there, if you go on the Caraway website, and they'll show that it's time to go apply by June 28th, and here's all the things you have to fill out, and it says email. Well, I'm going to bet that there's a large number of crossing guards that don't have an email, and that on their website is a requirement. It's got the little red star that we know, and I actually would like the general manager to hear my remarks. Thank you. That on their website, it has a little star that to me indicates that's a required field. Many of these crossing guards, I know them. They probably don't have a home email. They might not use their phone in that way. They probably text a lot because that doesn't cost. Once you start on email, now you're on data. So even understanding who our crossing guards are, that hasn't happened. So I'm trying to be as nice as I can, but I think that we haven't done a very good job getting it from that point where we decided to transfer these people, I believe transfer these people in this service, transfer them to the city and to this contract. So I believe that, and the onus, apparently a very legal word, I had to change my motion. Number one doesn't say onus anymore, but the real responsibility lies with us, that means our staff, TPS staff, to make sure this is a smooth transition for these people. These are not wealthy stockbrokers in your ward, Councillor Matlow, or my ward. These are people that have a small job, that rely on those funds, that are salt of the earth people, that go to work whether it's raining or snowing or sleet or anything else. They go there because they want to provide that service for those children. And I don't think in the process so far, I don't feel as a city councillor that we have shown them the respect that they deserve in understanding that they need to be shepherded over. They need to know that they're going to be able to go back there unless there's some problem that's been identified previously. I simply don't feel we've met that bar. And that's why this motion says, meet the bar, tell the people they're coming back, tell the vendors they've got to come back, stop with your June 28th deadline that you have to have your application in, get the bloody email out of there because maybe you don't have one, and I want you to let us know how that's all gone. And it's not in November, it's in October, because everyone who's had issues during this transition year, which is calling the police station, call the police station, the station says, well, we don't do that anymore, that's the city. And then the city says, no, it's back at the division. So this has not been an easy year for those of us trying to fill spots, but we want to make it as easy as possible for those people that serve our communities and our children every day.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Robinson has a question.
Yes, thank you.
So I don't know if you heard me describe earlier what was happening in our neighborhoods in Ward 15. For weeks on end, we didn't have the resources, the guards in place. So what I want to make sure is this doesn't make the process more cumbersome slowed down, bureaucratic. We need to get those guards in their rightful spots and fast-track that. So I'm,
You'd like to have other guards than those that are there now.
no, I'm talking about the key placements. I'm
Pardon?
talking about the key placements where, strategic locations where it's a real safety issue.
There are guards at those locations, and should they wish to return, they have the first right to go there. That's what I think this council needs to say. It's not up to the guards. The way this is set up now, it's up to the crossing guards to really take the initiative to get back in the saddle and get that location. I believe that's our job, to make sure they're in that location.
So are you saying first right of refusal? Is that the intent, or what is the intent?
Well, I just think it's hardly first right of refusal on these little jobs. It's reaching out. They shouldn't have to be responding. We should be reaching out. Those names of all those guards should be turned over. They should be contacted. Do you want to come back? Do you want to stay? Only if there happens to be some issue that's been identified with their employment.
So I just handed you a revised version. How did it change?
Number one changed from saying the onus is on the city and the police to saying they reach out to the existing guards and connect them with the vendors. So right now the vendors are going, and here's my card, and why don't you apply? The onus is on these guards now to get back in the system. I personally, Councillor, think that when we agreed to transfer this program, in my mind, we were transferring the program and all the great people that go with the program. Your issues of your 8 spots or whatever, I believe that's been sorted out. So in my mind, they're being transferred. They don't have to go out and figure out how they're going to reapply and all of that. The onus is on us to go out and make sure they're all coming back should they wish to come back. And if there's holes, then Caraway and the others will fill it. So I think this will make it better, actually.
So just to be clear, it won't slow down the process. What you're proposing doesn't slow the process down, because that's what I experienced firsthand all of December and January.
But last year, that slowed down because it wasn't under the city's jurisdiction at this point. There was so much confusion vis-a-vis the police.
Yeah, I
and the city.
understand that, but just, I don't.
This is now with a carrier, a contractor, but the onus should be on us to make sure those people that you have there, they are quickly transferred to Caraway or to the other vendor, and there's no gray area. You want to come back, you're back. They know they're starting in September. That's what I think happens here.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Just to clarify, in the line of questioning that Councillor Robinson was asking, because, like Councillor Robinson's, the concern she's raising, I think, reflects to a T what many parents are concerned about. So just to clarify, and by the way, just as a heads up, this is a friendly question because I am reassured by the revision of your motion that what your motion, if I read it correctly, is not suggesting that only the local crossing guard can have that spot and that anything's going to be held up or slowed down, but simply we're not just sort of waiting for them to knock at our door to say they'd like to be at that corner, but that we're doing a bit of work now to go out to them and saying, hey, we recognize that you've been serving our kids at that corner. We're doing some work as the city to go and say, we want to give you the first opportunity to go there, but if they don't want to go there, of course we're going to move swiftly and get somebody else. Is that a fair analysis?
Yes, that's a very fair analysis.
That's what
That it shouldn't be up to those people to pick their way through a website or it should be direct. You're coming back, you're going there, okay, that's done. How many of the 700 would go back? Let's say it's 50. Well, now we have to replace those people. But this looks like we're starting at 0, which is very concerning for me.
Okay, I'm reassured.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I have one more item. It's on here.
Councillor, okay, that's it. I thought Councillor Holliday had his name there. You took it off? Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion, City Council direct the General Manager to impose a moratorium on all new location requests for crossing guards until the new warrant process is in place, and the general manager reports back to City Council on a cost-sharing arrangement with the local school boards in providing new or enhanced school crossing guard services. And secondly, City Council direct the general manager of transportation services to report to the Infrastructure Environment Committee on the feasibility and cost savings to be realized by removing the lunch hour shift from the school crossing guard program. So the first motion, our crossing guard program is growing. And I'll say, just to begin with, I'm exceedingly disappointed that we're getting jammed on this contract right now, that we're being pushed into a place that we can do nothing. Like, we're really being forced to approve something because there's no time to change or amend or actually really have a thoughtful process through the committee process. That should have happened. It didn't happen, especially when the program is going from $10 million to $24 million. That's not the way things should be presented to this council. I do have a concern about the increase in the number of crossing guard locations, and it's very easy. Well, we know how easy it is to approve crossing guards, as we learned that police services were doubling the number of crossing guard locations.
Councillor, just a sec. Councillor Perruzza, please.
It's Pasternak too, not just Perruzza.
No, I don't want to hear from you. Who said that? My God. It's too noisy in here.
It's Pasternak, I told you, it's not just Perruzza.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, what I'm suggesting, and my first recommendation is, because the program has now, we're being asked to approve a program that's over doubled in size in terms of the cost, that we take a pause before we approve any more locations. And I can hear people saying, well, the school board can't, they've said that they can't afford it. Well, they always say that. And I think that we've got to push back a little bit, and if there are any more crossing guard locations, that we should ask them to pay for it, and also that will make them more carefully consider which crossing guard locations that they actually want to recommend. The second motion it's simply a report to come back through committee that looks at not having crossing guards during the lunch hour. The most important times to have a crossing guard are in the morning when the kids are going to school, and in the evening when they're going home. I think that most of us know, most kids, especially little children, they stay at school during the lunch hour, and we don't need to have a crossing guard. And I was told by asking offline with staff, that could take $9 million off this budget, which is a significant sum of money. So I'm asking for a report so we can actually consider ways of running this program more efficiently and providing the important services we need in the morning and in the afternoon when we need to keep our kids safe.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Matlow.
To you, Madam Speaker. Is the member aware that I believe over 90% of the TDSB, for example, their budget is sweatered by the province. In other words, they're told specifically what those funds are for, and they don't have the ability or the flexibility to decide on funding a new program like this.
Madam Chair, what I'm aware of is we have a hard time affording this program and these increased costs. There has to be some level of discipline around increasing the number of crossing guard locations, and we need partners who are going to share and assume the financial responsibilities along with us.
Are kids in our neighborhoods Torontonians, or are they specifically students? Are they only students, or are they Toronto kids?
Well, I would assume, Madam Chair, I'm surprised that the councillor doesn't know the answer to that question. I'm happy to answer it for him. Kids are kids, and kids in Toronto are Toronto kids.
So
I hope I helped him out in answering that question if he didn't already know.
Well, thank you for answering that. So does it not seem reasonable that if they are Toronto kids and kids are kids, then the City of Toronto could and perhaps should have some responsibility in providing safety for them when they're crossing Toronto streets?
Madam Chair, I think what we're approving here is a program where we are protecting the children and the students who go to school in the City of Toronto. What we're looking at is trying to find to run an efficient program that provides safety for our children.
If there is identified a location in our Toronto neighborhoods where our Toronto kids walk, and the school board doesn't have the financial ability, given that they don't levy taxes and they don't have a budget that could be leveraged for this, and there is a clear need for adult supervision to provide safety. Are you suggesting that we ignore that fact and put a moratorium for an arbitrary time period just because we don't want to pay for that?
Madam Chair, what I'm suggesting in what I'm recommending for approval here today is to get a report back to look at ways to have some level of discipline where we're not saying yes to every single request for a crossing guard. And one of those ways to do it is to look to other entities like the school boards to cost share so that we can run an effective program and not have to say yes just so easily for every request that comes in.
I don't understand that the two are combined. Okay, so if the school board doesn't have the funds to be able to contribute to this program, are you suggesting that we just not run the program or not?
Okay,
not
that
have
was your
the
last.
crossing guard?
That was your last question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I understand that he doesn't comprehend, the councillor doesn't comprehend my motion, and I'm sorry, I've tried to answer the question. He just doesn't seem to have the capacity to understand the answers.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll? Okay, just a sec. Yes.
Point of privilege. I don't want to get into a tussle because I'd like to just get on with business. But there's a difference between saying that there's a disagreement rather than suggesting that another member doesn't have the capacity to understand a motion. That's really unreasonable and unfair.
I got to pay attention. Anyway.
Councillor Carroll, question. Clarification of the motion.
Yes, I just want to clarify how this would be different from the model that the police were forced to function under. They have been saying something similar for years to school boards who request crossing guards. They've had to say no and at times had a one-year moratorium because they don't have resources and we weren't giving them to them in their budget. So how is this different? How will we get a cost share agreement and begin adding crossing guards if they were unable to do it many years in a row because of their own resource issue? The idea of a cost share agreement, has it not been floated every year because of budget constraints? And how are we going to get monies offered up by the school board now when we haven't for the last 12 years?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I believe that through asking for this report, we can examine this subject more fully. I think there is a concern from many of the councillors that I've been talking to as we've been having this debate of the program going from $10 million to $24 million. And for me, that puts an exclamation mark on the fact that we've got to find better ways and more efficient ways and more ways to run this program while not letting the program go out of control. Now, I recognize, I accept what the councillors says with regard to the police looking at this. I know she sits on the Police Services Board. I haven't had that privilege yet, so I was not aware of that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I think we need to, given the fact that this program, the cost is I think, reached a point that's quite large and unreasonable, that we have to have a second look at it. Okay?
Well, I don't need to clarify they're having to cut teachers right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion up before us. It would have been my preference to defer this, but come up with this compromise here, that the city requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to report to the Infrastructure Environment Committee 1 year after the transfer of the school crossing guard program with an assessment of the cost, the effectiveness, and the safety aspects of this program. It's a 2-year contract, so at least since we're going into uncharted waters, we could at least look at it after a year to evaluate it. You know, I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Min Wong, because he brought this to everybody's attention at Infrastructure and Environment Committee, because, you know, you go from $10 million crossing guard program to a $24 million. And the concern I have with that is that, you know, we're all scrambling to fill the demands of our principals, our parents for more crossing guards. So if this thing is going to be so expensive that we are not going to be able to get crossing guards when we need them, it's a real concern for most of us, especially when you look at these costs. And, you know, ultimately, you know, a lot of these anxieties that are being caused by traffic and crossing guards at schools could be alleviated if some people would get off their rear end and get together and do the speed cameras. You know, it's been 3 years since that legislation was passed.
With the province.
Yeah, well, the province blames us, we blame the province. So let's get those cameras in place. I brought that legislation in, and nobody supported me. But anyways, we need those cameras yesterday. Why the holdup? Let's get the cameras and get that technology in place, change some behavior around our schools with those fines from the speed cameras. But meanwhile, we're still waiting and waiting and waiting. Anyways, this program here is essential for safety. There's no doubt about it. And I just think that, you know, it is really a complex issue. And our staff, Transportation Services, has been really doing an outstanding job trying to deal with this. Because they have, I know how many hundreds of schools there are, 680 schools that you're dealing with. The demands are incredible. I mean, I had a situation at one of my most dangerous schools, Allenby School. The mayor's been there on Avenue Road, where you're on a highway, the Avenue Road, and cars are speeding, running onto sidewalks. They're doing it. We've got 3 crossing guards there. But you know, for 2 weeks, none of them showed up. And I couldn't find the crossing. Parents are phoning, principals phoning. I'm begging transportation. They did come through, and somehow we found 3 crossing guards that would fill very, very dangerous jobs. And as the staff told me, it's very difficult to get people to do this job because of the weird hours. But somehow we've got to do more in terms of training people, encouraging people to do these jobs. They are critically important. And we can't have the police doing them for $50 an hour, but let's try and get long-term programs in place so we've got people that will show up, will do the job, and will take the job seriously. You know, I'll give you another example. Now, we're contracting this out, you know, to a third party. You know, we passed a motion here last month where because of the horrendous pedestrian traffic dangers at Yonge and Eglinton, we asked for Metrolinx to supply crossing guards at Yonge and Eglinton. Well, you know, they couldn't find anybody. They begged all these companies. They're willing to pay for people to come to the... They couldn't get anybody. They got one individual one day. I was at the corner with him. This poor young man, a recent immigrant from Afghanistan, he was asked to control trucks, cars, thousands of pedestrians. The poor young man was overwhelmed. He quit the next day. That's the reality of what we're faced with. So that's why we need a review. I support Councillor Min Wong's motion to try and look at some partnerships with the school board. And the school boards, not that they're going to find troves of money, obviously, but at least we've got to get a partnership with them so that we solve this problem, or try to solve it, together in a cooperative way. And let's get those damn speed cameras up yesterday.
It's the province.
It's the city, too.
No, it's the province.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always worried when I follow Councillor Cole because of the emotion and passion in his address. I have a motion. If we could put it on the screen, it has three parts. One is to make sure, and remember, this is going to be run by a third-party subcontractor, make sure that there's consistency on what kind of reflective safety clothing the guards are wearing, and it should include a City of Toronto logo. Many of the services that we deliver in partnership or exclusively through the school boards do not indicate that those programs are funded by the City of Toronto, including pools, nutrition programs, and other programs. The second one is to make sure, and this is going to be a lot of work, it's not going to be done overnight, to make sure schools develop a safety plan for the student drop-off and pickup. Now, it's my understanding that the principal of a school is responsible for the safety of the school. And that's just not inside the footprint of the school, but also the crossing. And there should be a plan. I visit many schools, and they want to talk about traffic, and they want to talk about student safety, and there's absolutely no plan for the drop-off and pickup of students. Thirdly, I'd like to make sure that smaller schools that are embedded in neighborhoods, because they are not abutting arterial roadways, are not automatically excluded from the warrants that we're going to be adopting in the coming months. I'd like to thank staff who have worked on this report, and I'd like to thank police services for their commitment for the transition. But most important, I'd like to thank the crossing guards, and I believe we actually have a crossing guard appreciation day at the City of Toronto. You know, I drive by these guys, men, women, in the pouring rain, in the freezing temperatures, trying to make sure that kids and other people cross in the most safe method possible. They're often trying to keep crazy drivers from impeding on a crosswalk. They basically are saving lives and keeping our students safe from injury or worse. And the Crossing Guard program is a key ingredient of the Vision Zero program. And it is important that when we take it over, that we have it run effectively. But this is also a financial teaching moment. I'm looking at two documents in front of me that helped us make a decision. And when the documents were given to us, the first was the Transformational Task Force report. It clearly says the program has a budget of $6.8 million with approximately 600 part-time school crossing guards. It also goes on to say that absenteeism is a problem and that 3,138 hours of officer time was needed to backfill. And then the report before us says, and admittedly it goes up to 710 locations, it is a cost of $24 million. And much of the questions of staff were dominated by how we go from $6.8 million to $24 million. Admittedly, we are adding more locations. But going ahead, I am a little concerned that in the 2020 fiscal year, that staff are basing the $24 million on the fact that we will really not be adding more locations. And I can tell you, once word gets around that this is reverted to the city, and we examine the warrants, it might in fact be easier to get crossing guards. That may not be such a bad thing on the ground from a safety perspective, but I will predict here and now that in about 5 years' time, this is going to be a $50 million a year program. But that being said, I think it's vital that we continue to move forward with this program. There is no doubt, but either anecdotally or statistically, that it is saving lives and preventing injuries and making sure that kids can cross streets to their schools in a safe environment. But at the same time, we need principals of these schools to be more engaged in a strategy to make sure that the dropping off of kids, either by vehicle or by walking, is done in the safest way possible. I should finally point out that, you know, we've got this number of locations here, but sometimes one school can have 5 guards because of the vastness of the geography, and other schools are in a long waiting list and have none. I guess the final point I would make is The program is a K to 6 program.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. No. Councillor Carroll.
It was good. I would have given you 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we're entering into this. I'm going to be moving a motion that City Council direct that private schools in the City of Toronto be required to pay the cost of their own crossing guards. Madam Speaker, so often when something takes 2 years like this, we forget why we did it in the first place. And Councillor Pasternak is right. It can be a teaching moment. But let's make sure that we understand the lessons along the way. What we learned, he talked about Transformational Task Force talking about 3,100 absenteeism hours being covered by police. That number was not included within the the $6.8 million, as we learned earlier. It's outside of that budget. We also know that that was a voluntary survey. Tell us how many times you've backfilled on a crossing guard, and only a certain number of officers answered. It's actually closer to 38,000 hours. At the absenteeism rate of the crossing guards themselves, we know to be 10%. It's actually closer to $2 million in costs, and that was outside the 6.8. That was a point I made earlier. The point I want to make now is that this is the dream debate we're having here in Council, the absolute dream debate of Doug Ford. And they had the dream debate of Doug Ford in the school board this very week. They can't afford their early on program anymore. And so they just summarily moved a motion that the city should provide it. We'll provide something and you provide this. We're offloading parent and taught programs. City, you pick up the tab. And now we have a motion before us. Deputy Mayor Min Wong would like the school board to share the cost of crossing guards. Where they're going to find these funds when they're cutting teachers, I do not know. Our granddaughter went to her high school open house and they said there'll be 8 teachers missing next year. Parents, I can't tell you what courses will be missing. I don't know. We just got the word that our school has to cut 8 teachers, and I don't know about the other schools, so you might as well stick with us. But we're cutting classroom teachers and administrators and caretakers and educational assistants. So stick with us. You'll get your French, your extended French program. We just don't know exactly what it looks like in September. So I think I know where negotiations on them picking up the cost of crossing guards is going to go. But for us to fight with each other is exactly what the Premier would like right now. Who's going to connect the dots? Who's going to connect the dots? That the real problem right now is we're a couple of beggars fighting over the crumbs. As we try and find $178 million in cuts by the end of this year, and they try and find $85 million in instructional cuts by the end of their fiscal year. Let's just fight with each other and leave the Premier out of it. Success. That's exactly the result he was looking for. We wanted our police to be able to police, to be doing primary response, not being lollipop guards. You asked them to cut their budget by 25%. This was one of their proposals, and you bought it. You agreed to it. Our finance staff have been holding this budget in non-program, waiting for us to come up with a program. I'm at least mollified by the fact that we're doing dual contracts. We're not giving one contract and ending up being held by them. We've at least split up the contracts across the city, and we can now performance evaluate them against one another. But I have to say I'm a little disappointed, and I didn't watch this debate all the way through, but I have to tell you, we're closing the door on creativity. Do we need lunch hours? Is the need for crossing guards changing where we have a 30 kilometers on every neighborhood street rule? And more streets are opening up every day to having safety zones and 30 kilometers per hour. How many crossing guards do we need in existing locations? And how dramatic would that debate be? Once we put these contracts in place, the creativity around, do we bring back schools that change from K to 5 to K to 8? Could we not trust grade 8s with a 30 kilometer an hour intersection? We are closing the door on that with this contract. Unless at the last minute that's negotiated, volunteerism goes out the window here. and ambassadors amongst the student body goes out the window here. I'm disappointed in that, but for God's sake, let's stop picking on the school board, as Councillor Min Wong's motion does, and have them pick on us, when the real culprit here is the person who's raping and pillaging both budgets, ours and the school board's, Doug Ford.
Question, clarification of the motion, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask Councillor Carroll, after the comments made about the concept of schools paying for, did you really mean the motion, or were you just making a point?
No, I'm not making a joke. We're entering into the public funding of something to do with public education systems. And so I'm saying today, we've really heard the electorate overload these many years. They're fine with that in the public sector, but if we're going to move into the realm of the private, private should pay for private. Public, meaning the city, should pay for public boards, meaning CDSB and TDSB.
So crossing guards are part of a whole series of things we do to make school zones safer. We paint lines, we put lights, maybe cameras one
Right,
day.
those are in the rights of way.
Should the private schools pay for those improvements as well?
No, because those are in the rights of way, and those are physical improvements that are well and long understood to be a part of our capital program. But just as we're prioritizing, you know, the center bollards and that strong physical improvement program, in terms of the installation of those, we've prioritized our public schools there. I'm just saying, when we get into day-to-day operating, not capital, but day-to-day operating and human resource costs, our first duty is to the public sector and the public boards.
So student nutrition programs, they should pay for those too.
I voted against putting student nutrition into private schools.
Do you have any rationale about treating them equitably or inequitably? I want to understand
Well, I
why
don't
we
think
would
it
treat
is
them.
equitable that people actually get away with saying, I make $600,000 a year, and I don't care what happens in the public system. I have enough money to pay $30,000 a year to help my child avoid that. That's my problem with equity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, city staff have insisted throughout committee hearing and here that the locations for crossing guards are not school-based. They're risk-based and community-based. Are you disagreeing with staff's analysis of how the warrants are judged?
Well, what I'm saying is, where we're talking about physical improvements around a private school on the right-of-way, we're talking about a capital program, and we're talking about, you know, what we're responsible for in terms of physical improvement on a road to make it work and make it work safely. But where we're branching into something that is now a day-to-day operating cost and is generated by requests from a school, I prefer to work with the public schools, as I am a public institution.
Well, I think your motion's pretty shameful, but we'll leave that for now. If a private school was to call EMS or fire services or have an active shooter and need police, would you bill them for those essential city services to save lives?
Well, I'll tell you, so there are some incidents where sometimes people on talk radio shows say that that should happen. I don't believe that. But I have a feeling that that's why those types of services are governed by other acts of legislation than the Municipal Act. They're governed by things like the Police Act and the First Responders pieces of legislation, so that they actually sit on high above the Municipal Act, which delivers more conventional property tax-based services.
So with these user fee, this is a user fee that you're calling.
It is a user fee. That's exactly what it would be.
Yeah, no. So children, little children, who go to a faith-based school or a school of parental choice, who, unfortunately, the stereotype you used was they make $600,000, which is also a false misconception about those who go to these schools. They should be at higher risk because of the choice of their parents to go to an alternative school than those who go to a public school. We should put children at greater risk because of that choice.
I'm not putting them at greater risk. Just as their parents pay a user fee for those kids to opt out of the public system and go to a private system, they could pay a user fee to employ our public sector services to put that crossing guard there. There are people who like to opt out of the public system and have some sort of preferred service over people who live in poverty, and so they could opt out once again and pay a user fee to maybe get their crossing guard.
I think we're getting off topic here.
Just answering the questions.
No, I mean, like, we're just going way out there now. Come on.
So he can ask me in there questions.
Okay, just ask a question about the motion, please.
Well, I mean, would you not say that our health services, our safety services, our basic city services, through dozens of motions and policies over the history of this city, have reaffirmed the policy of universality? And in fact, you're creating a two-tiered, this creates a two-tiered safety and healthcare system.
Okay, thanks.
Did you not want me to answer that? Because I could, but if you don't want me to, that's fine.
I just think that we're just going off base here.
So we're going to
Counselor,
just call that a speech instead of a question?
Yeah, you don't have to answer that, Counselor.
Sure.
Counselor Matlow.
Through you, Madam Speaker, may I plead with you to withdraw the motion? and the reason...
I think this is where you ask me questions,
No,
not
that's my
plead.
that's
Okay.
my question. And I say that with love and respect. But the reason I ask is because, like I asked of Councillor Minnan-Wong about, aren't these Toronto neighborhoods? These are Toronto kids. These are Toronto streets. Should it not matter, like, who runs the school nearby? It's about the kids in Toronto crossing busy Toronto streets. And if you could empathize with that vantage point, would you consider please withdrawing the motion?
I'm not going to withdraw the motion. I feel pretty passionately about this. As I said earlier, I did vote against the privatization of student nutrition programs. I feel pretty strongly about this, so I prefer to leave it on the table, and you could certainly vote against it. But I think I explained to Councillor Pasternak my feelings around the universality that is in the Education Act. The Education Act doesn't actually govern private schools. They had to create a separate act to say that we're not going to certify the diploma in a private school unless it takes the EQAO. They had to create a separate act. I'm a big fan of the Education Act that provides universal education, and the city, which provides universal public services. But on the capital side, we can do a lot of things. On the operating side, we've got to focus on those who are really relying on us to provide a universal, uniform level of service for really opting in on the idea of public service. And so for those who've opted out and want to pay a user fee to have something beyond public service, I'm saying they can pay a little user fee to have beyond public service for this consideration.
Through you, Madam Speaker, could you explain to me, though, how you arrive at the conclusion that this has anything to do with the Education Act or providing universal public education and people opting out of that service when it's got nothing to do with what happens inside the schools? It's kids walking across a Toronto public street, and our ability to provide that adult supervision to make it safer for them, no matter what kind of school they're going to or who's operating that school. I don't understand the connection between the provider of the education at the school that they happen to be going to, and how that correlates with them walking along the street.
Oh, pretty sure I already explained that. I can re-explain it if you want, Madam Speaker.
It's okay. Okay, members, it's 20-6. We have 3 items left.
Oh, I thought there were 2.
Please, if members of council want to finish this agenda and let's, please don't keep asking the same question. Councillor Coe.
The question to Councillor Carroll. I don't know if you realize that many of the faith-based schools in my riding and Councillor Pasternak's riding, for instance, are being forced to hire security guards sometimes around the clock to protect their schools. This can
Yes.
sometimes
I have
cost.
one of those in my ward.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
this
up near
can.
Bayview and Steeles.
Yeah, so
Councillor
th-
Carroll, please allow him to ask the question.
Oh, I thought, I was just telling him that
No.
I relate to what he just asked me.
Well,
So they have, not all schools are the same, not all private schools are the same.
Yep.
So do you think that they should now be asked to pay for the security guards because they can't get adequate policing around the clock to protect them from, there's a lot of dangerous people out there, as we've seen in recent months. So they're paying for that. Now you're asking them now to pay also for crossing guards on top of the security guards they pay for. Don't you think that would be an unfair burden on some of the private schools? Not all of them, but some of the private schools.
Well, the experience that's relatable to me, I have such a school that has to have security guards right now. It's an interesting location that houses both two different faiths and their schools and their places of worship. And so they have security guards. But the system is such that the security guards are in fact ensuring the safety in front of the school as well. And because of that safety issue, all of the students, and I mean all of the students, are arriving in vehicles. They're not arriving as pedestrians.
So, I mean,
'Cause
are you
if
sure
need a
there
security
be?
guard just to get in the door, that's generally the case.
Well, the fact is that, I don't know if you're aware that these costs for security guards
Yep,
could be in
I'm
the
aware.
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yep.
And the parents and some of the schools are having a hard time meeting those costs, along with getting cameras for surveillance purposes. They don't expect the police to be there all the time.
Counselor,
Aren't you worried about the fact?
Counselor, when you ask the question, is to clarify the motion.
Well, the motion is.
But you're not asking any questions on the motion.
The motion is about making private schools pay
Yeah,
for crossing
But
guards.
you're going into different
Is that taking into
directions.
account the costs they already bear for security that public schools don't have?
Okay, that's your last question.
Well,
Okay.
in the case of the one in my area, in fact, some of those kids, because they don't want to be in that heightened, unsecure environment, have gone back to public school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, do you have a question on clarification, or are you going to go somewhere else? Huh?
So my question is.
I don't ask the
My
questions.
question is this, I guess as somebody who represents, poorer neighborhoods, and I'm trying to think of whether or not I have a private school in the area, and there might be a Turkish school at Blue Haven now, but I don't believe they have a crossing guard, so it's very little sort of, personal impact in terms of my own ward. But here's the question I ask. What's the difference between, let's say, a rich child or a poor child who's out on the street wanting to cross the street, and what's going to prevent the money of a rich child isn't going to stop the bumper of a car who's going to hit them, right? Like, what's the difference? Like, if we're providing this program as a safety program for kids crossing streets, irrespective of where they're going, right? Then why wouldn't we provide the program for everybody?
Because we provide a number of other programs. I am more than happy to use what is a growing and very successful model in front of any school, including an adult school, which is our capital program. I don't believe in actual fact that we, even for the public schools, I'm trying to answer your question. I don't know if you want the answer.
No, I do want the answer. but
So
you-
how about if I give it and you
I
just
just-
not talk
you know
while I
what,
give it?
I didn't
Madam
ask it-
Speaker, I don't know. Should I answer it or not?
Councillor Perruzza.
Maybe I didn't ask it in a clear way.
No, you did, and I was
Crossing
trying to
guard-
answer it.
Crossing guards, there's all kinds of people that cross the street where there's a crossing guard.
Yes.
So it's not just school kids going to school.
Right.
It's elderly people. It's everybody else who's using the street at that time. So you're providing the service for all of those folks, not just necessarily the kids who are going to a rich school. But you know what? I don't even want that question answered. I think I got the answer.
Oh, so we don't even want to answer the questions? Or am I being debated, Madam Speaker?
Okay,
Question.
I have another question, a more serious question.
A real question.
Yeah, the real question is this. If somebody who can afford a private school is paying their property taxes, paying their income taxes, choosing not to tax the system with their child, but decides to send them to a private school, doesn't that, leave the rest of the system with more money to be able to apply to everybody else?
That has not been the history of education and funding and public sector and public services in this province. It tends to erode the system. That is the roadmap of the United States. If you want to look at the charter school phenomenon, slowly it erodes the public system. That is my problem with the privatized system. So, for the case of the street, I don't believe that even amongst our public schools, the 710 locations will ultimately be necessary when we employ our capital program, which is putting in place an extremely successful school safety zone, one-time cost capital program that changes the landscape in front
Councillor
of every
Carroll.
school. And I am finished. When I'm finished answering my question, I'm sure you will be telling him he's already asked his last one. But I'd really like to finish answering this question.
The time, you're way over 3 minutes. That's it. That's it. Councillor Perruzza, you're finished. You asked your last question.
Should I finish my answer?
No,
I
it's
guess
okay.
not.
So, Councillor Bradford, you have a question? Oh, God help me. Okay.
Just clarification of the motion. I'm sorry. Just understanding where this is coming from, I've appreciated the debate and the discussion. Is it the assumption that children and families that are going to private school have more money, so private schools have more revenue, so that they should be paying for this? Is that where it's coming from at a basic level?
That question, but I can't because every time I try to, I get cut off by the speaker. So I'll try again and we'll see how far I get. I am fine with using our very successful capital program on any school in the system. No matter, it could be run by Al-Qaeda. I would still put our capital program in front of it because our capital program is very successful. Well, you're being extreme, so I'm being extreme right back. Okay, Madam Speaker, people keep asking me the same question. I just don't understand why I can't answer it. Our capital program is ultimately going to make it such that we don't even need the 710 we're putting in front of public schools. If you look in your own ward, there are several of them already. I'm jealous of you because I haven't got one yet. Our capital program that is changing the face of the fronts of schools, we can put in front of any school. But when we get to the public dollars that are the most dear, operating dollars, the thing that all of us is afraid to actually task for, the money we need to operate our city, we've got to focus on the public because we're all unwilling to actually collect more of them. And all I'm saying is that let's put the one-time cost capital program in front of any institution you like, but if you're taking on expensive contracts that are day-to-day operating with upset limits and very specific terms, let's take care of the public first. If you want to come back and wipe out my recommendation in 2 years' time, when you've satisfied every public school with that contract, I invite you to do so. But for now, we've got to take care of the public system with what few dollars we have, because those are the only numbers of dollars you guys are willing to put in the budget every year. That's my answer.
But, okay, so with respect to operational dollars, would you take that same sort of thinking, neighborhoods that are more affluent, would we do less traffic enforcement or something in the bridle path than we would, you know, in other parts of the city?
No, I would actually ask that staff would use the criteria that they've established and are setting in place with the two contractors they're asking us to award. And I would expect that with respect to schools in the public system, they will be equitable, whether it's Whitney Public School in Rosedale or it's Lord Lansdowne down the street in Regent Park.
I just don't see the difference between children in the public sector or children in the private sector.
Well, I think I've already explained how I see see that difference and you disagree, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thanks, Madam.
Oh, before you start,
Motion to,
I need a motion to extend. We have 3 items left. Motion by Councillor Holliday. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Holliday.
thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I just wanted to rise to express dismay. I feel as though I've been boxed in on this choice before us. This is maybe the right point to make it. It has not much to do with crossing guards, but really a concept and a principle. I know I've talked about it at a few other committees. I just feel like we've been given a decision here we have no way out of. I mean, look what some of the basics are. It was a $9 million program. It went out for tender. There were enhancements made to the program. It says enhancements right in the report. And it's ballooned by 2.5 times. And if you ask why, I mean, I get it if it came back and surprised, that it cost us a little bit more than what it was under the police's control. But you look at the table and it explains it. There's more locations, the shifts are longer, the pay is up, there's more equipment, there's a standby rate paid. I mean, it goes on. So it's not the same thing. It's been changed, it's been enhanced. And I respect that the staff maybe have given us some advice. We needed to change the program. But the problem I have is that it's here and now before us at council, and it didn't go through the budget process to explain the enhancement. I asked some important questions of the procurement folks. Can we do half the contract? And the answer I got back was no. And if I had it my way, I'd say, great. We had almost $10 million to do this. You want to change the design of the program? That's fine. Spend the $9 or $10 million, and we get what we get in terms of the quantity of crossing guards. But the end, that's not what's before us. It's something much, much larger. And I guess the hardest part for me to accept is the way that we're going to pay for it. We got the $9 million, but then we're going to dip into a whole bunch of other funds to pay for this, including pavement and markings, and some enhancements to the school zone, if I'm going by memory correctly here. I don't know what we're trading off to get the crossing guards. Does that mean that none of the markings are going to get painted in my ward because there's some needs for some crossing guards in other places? I don't know. I don't even know if that's a good choice, but it's all I've got in front of me. And then there's even a reserve fund here, the non-program capital and corporate financing fund for $3.4 million. I don't know if that's sustainable year over year. So it's an emotional subject. I don't think there's a single councillor here that does not want to see crossing guards out there deployed. But I just wanted to raise the exception that, council's been boxed in on this. And I appreciate all the difficulty with the transition of this program, but somebody made a choice here along the lines to change the specifications, and they have been changed. And now we're struggling to pay for it, and I really don't know how we're going to do this year over year over year. And I just think councillors should give some consideration to that and setting some limits on this program.
Mr. Prusa, nobody asked you a question. No. Okay, that's it for the speakers? Oh, yes, Mayor Tory.
I wasn't planning to speak, but I will because something bothered me of the discussion that took place in the last few minutes. But I'll just say, and I think a number of people have said in a number of different ways, and it's not meant to throw anybody under the bus or anything else, I am not happy as one member of the council with this process, where here we are, because quite frankly, I even explored this afternoon with my own staff, as I had done once before, whether or not we could defer it, but of course now we're in one of those positions where we can't. Because I do understand the fact that if you put this over to July, first of all, what are you going to do between now and July? And secondly, you run the real risk that we end up in a kind of school bus situation where come Labor Day, the day after Labor Day is the day of the test for this, which is, do we have, pursuant to Councillor Fletcher's motion, the people back in place, hopefully most of the same people who know their kids and know their intersections and all the rest, and that's the test for us. And even getting this done in June, I think, is going to be a challenge for the person that's the people that are going to be doing the work. So I think it makes more important Councillor Cole's motion, quite frankly, because Fortunately, and I say this with no disrespect to the people who are going to win the contract if we approve it, it's only a 2-year contract, so that means that we should have a very thorough review and go back over some of the points that Councillor Holiday was just making reference to and sort of see. It's hard to go back, but I mean, I don't know that we have any other choice at this time. I do want to say, so I strongly support Councillor Fletcher's motion, Councillor Cole's motion, and Deputy Mayor Menon Wong's, because I'm very skeptical about this lunch hour business. I think we take a lot of heat on that from people who do, whose children do use the crosswalks at lunchtime and all the rest, and I'm just not sure the savings from that would be worth the pain that we'd endure. But I do support those motions because I think they all have a way to make this better. I just have to say, with great respect to Councillor Carroll, through you, Madam Speaker, I cannot. I mean, Councillor Matlow and I agree from time to time, and this is one where he put it the right way. These are Toronto kids using Toronto streets. This is about Toronto safety. It's not about whether you go to what kind of a school you go to. And I just think to start down the road of saying we're going to start charging people is a terrible mistake for the amount that it would save. I mean, if it's about the money, it's not worth it. I know we're short of money and we're going to have to really struggle this year with the budget, but that point is not worth making in that way. And I just hope we just vote to say whatever it is we're going to do it for all kids who all have the right to be safe in our city. So I'm certainly going to vote against that. To the extent you can vote against something with enthusiasm, I will do that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Are we voting? Motion number 1 by Councillor Fletcher, revised, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cressy, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, so motion number 2, Councillor Carroll has asked for a separate vote on number 1 and 2. Okay, on number 1, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Part 1 of the motion carries 14 to 9.
Part 2, recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Matlow and Councillor Bailao.
Part 2 of the motion carries 15 to 8.
Motion 3 by Councillor Cole. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Counselor Perks, may we have your vote, please?
Councillor Perks, thank you.
The motion carries 22 to 1.
Motion 4 by Councillor Pasternak. Pardon? Okay, by Councillor Ford, reopen. All in favor, carried. Let's revote. No. Okay, recorded vote. Revote on number 3.
Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Bailao, please.
Counselor Carroll, Counselor Crawford, and Counselor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Motion 4 by Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote. Separate on Councillor Pasternak's motion? How do you want it separated? Everyone? 1, 2, 3? Okay. On one. Okay, there's been a request to separate the vote on motion 4 by Councillor Pasternak. So, 1 first, recorded vote.
Members, we canceled the previous vote, so your buttons may still be lit up. Please ensure you voted again.
Counselor Cole and Counselor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Part 1 of the motion carries 22 to 1.
Part 2? Recorded vote. Okay.
Counselor Perruzza, please.
Yeah, what does the third one mean?
The motion, or sorry, part 2 of the motion carries 15 to 8.
Speaker, on a point of order, given that Councillor Min Wong's amendment, which put a moratorium on new schools being put in, I don't understand how we can have in front of us Section 3 from Councillor Pasternak, which effectively says, do all the schools, whether they meet the criteria or not. It would seem to me that they're contrary.
Just going through that. Yeah,
Councillor Min Wong's motion to Part 1 to revote.
What?
Okay, at the end? Okay.
I'll move to reopen. I'm the.
Okay, hold on, we're not even there yet. We're just working on motion 4, on recommendation 3. Getting a ruling on that, because Councillor Perks, I agree with you. I believe it's redundant. Yeah.
And we're supplying them to the private school system. You are asking the public school system to provide private school crossing guards, just so you know.
Gord got all excited.
I think we should just refer it back, we should refer this back to the committee, committee meeting next week.
Sorry, can you do me? Sorry, before you hit your head, if you.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think the part 3 is redundant.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Now, Councillor McKelvey, what is it that you're requesting?
Motion to part 1.
You want to open that?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, moved by Councillor Bailao, on favor, carry. Oh, okay. So, okay, so there's been a request by Councillor McKelvey. Okay, please, we're almost at the end here. Okay, Councillor McKelvey is moving that motion to Part 1 be reopened, on favor, carried. So recorded vote on number 1. That's fine, we both reopened it. Let's vote on number 1. We're re-voting on number 1, motion 2.
Councillor Crawford. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Can we please have some quiet in the middle of a vote so people know what they're voting on?
Part 1 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 10 to 13.
Like in the future, I really think that members of council should pay attention on what they're voting for. And like, please listen. No, I mean, because people are not paying attention and it's like a joke now. Because when I see members of council laugh, it's a joke. Yeah, it's, I do too. Yeah. Well, Councillor Bylaw moved it on behalf with Councillor McKelvey. Yeah, I know, that's my point. I know, but it's done, what can I do? It's a joke now. So now Councillor Pasternak's number, Part 3. Is it Part 3? Part 3 is not redundant anymore, so let's vote on Councillor Pasternak's. It's not, because the other vote. That's the problem. Nobody's paying attention to what you're voting on, and this is where the confusion is. Recorded vote. Pay attention.
Councillor Crawford and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Part 3 of the motion carries 16 to 7.
Okay, motion 5 by Councillor Carroll, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 4 to 19.
Item is amended. On favor. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The item is amended, carries 20 to 3.
5, CC 8.5, appointment of public members on Rooming House. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, do we want to go home today?
Reason. Madam Speaker, I wondered if you would allow the members to consent to switch the order of the items. I understand the park staff that is here to answer questions on it have a family matter to attend to. I'm hoping it's not controversial. I just want to get them out of here.
Item. Speaker, I've held that, I'm releasing it, vote on it, I'm done.
Which item? So you're releasing it? Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing it. Councillor Holyday, which item were you referring to?
Proposing to put 54 ahead so that we
okay.
can get parks out of here.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm releasing that, Stephen, so why don't we just do that, vote on it, and then that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher is releasing CC 8.5. On favor, carried.
Could I release MM 8.50? That's the TO Live cash flow and projected costs.
Councillor Robinson is releasing MM 8.50. On favor, carried. All right, so Councillor Holyday, you want to deal with MM 854? All right, questions to staff? Questions to staff?
And I thank you for your grace, Madam Speaker. I wanted to question staff about what we're doing here. If I understand the concept here, we are giving staff authority to waive a user fee and not a permit fee because staff already has the authority to waive some permit fees. Have I got that right?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. This is a fee for service as opposed to a permit fee.
Okay. Now, I understand that, there's a laudable reason explained in the member's motion as to why we would waive some of these user fees. These are the ferry tickets. I am just concerned about the precedent that we're setting, and I wondered if you could offer comment about whether or not you receive other requests to waive fees for trips on the ferry for different events.
That kind of a request does come occasionally. In order to waive fees, though, we need to, such as this, we don't have that authority. We need to do a report through council. So we do not waive them routinely at all.
Okay, and is there a reason that you don't waive the fees, other than the fact that you're not delegated authority on that? Is there a rationale behind that?
It's simply a fee for service. It's a trip on the ferry. So it's difficult for us to set criteria for that. So that's the reason why we don't waive them normally.
I understand. Okay, so there's an issue with the criteria. Now, was there an Auditor General's report on the ferry and revenue collections and ticketing for that? And did that report suggest additional controls be applied to the ticketing process around the ferry?
Yes, there was an auditor's report in 2010, and the recommendation there was that we document all these kinds of requests.
In general, so the matter at hand aside, do staff support the ability to waive fees because of the requests that you get from various groups with various really good reasons why they would like to have the fee waived?
In this case, it's an Indigenous group, and in the spirit of reconciliation, that's the reason why this is acceptable in that sense. Again, that's not our decision, but a council decision, and the only other thing we would look at is a matter of finances and the revenue lost.
So I'm not concerned about the revenue. Do you feel that there is adequate protection to precedent setting, that you're not going to be inundated with others that are requesting fee waivers on the ferry? And I'm just concerned because I just know there's lots of events that go on.
Yeah,
if we open the door, we open the door.
Through the Speaker, it's difficult to predict what those requests might be. Again, the protection we have is that this is not something that we can authorize. Those matters would have to come here. So it's not in the purview of the General Manager to waive fees for service. It's different than permit fees.
And does the Parks support this application? I think I heard yes.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday.
I'm fine with it, John.
Councillor Cressy, questions?
Just two questions. So this is before us because the General Manager does not currently have the authority to waive ferry fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the expected budget to allow the Mississaugas of the Credit to attend a friendship ceremony on the island for this is what?
We think it's about $400 based on the numbers that
Thank you.
came from your office.
Thank you.
Sir Layton?
Just very quickly, I think this is to the city manager. He probably wouldn't be able to answer this, but I'm going to ask anyhow. Was anyone charged to use the official parking for Monday night's event? Monday's event had several SUVs using the official parking lot. No one was charged, correct?
They're the Speaker, not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any idea who it was? They were black SUVs. I suspect they were the Prime Minister of Canada's. Is that a pretty good assessment?
Through the Speaker, that'd be a reasonable assessment.
And there was 15 of them, would you say?
Through the Speaker, that I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're doing it
so,
for one
Councillor
government.
Holliday, are you going to, you held the item down, just release it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Carried. Okay, our last item is MM 849 by Councillor Holliday, you held the item. Do you have questions? Okay. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess if we could have the motion on the screen. I wondered if somebody could give me some explanation as to what modular means, modular housing, as described in the motion.
Through the chair, Councillor, modular housing essentially is manufactured housing which is produced off-site and then is assembled at the site that is chosen.
Is the modular housing fall under the building code as all other types of housing, or is it something different? And I realize that we have some different models in the city, including sprung structures. And I wanted to understand if the sprung structures are in the same category as the modular housing or vice versa, versus modular housing as in the category of a building.
Through the chair, the modular housing is building and would be required to meet building code requirements as well. So it's essentially constructed as permanent housing.
Are all of the approvals required for modular housing the same as what are required for a full bricks and mortar, traditionally constructed building?
Through the chair, we will bring back as a part of the report that is being requested of us in November the specifics with respect to the approvals and what the requirements are, but they would be the requirements for permanent housing, and they would have to meet all of the building code requirements.
Is there specific building code provisions for modular housing that are different from traditionally built concrete, steel, wood frame structures?
Councillor, we will be consulting with our buildings department with respect to those requirements. I don't have those answers for you today, but we're using models that have been used in other jurisdictions in Canada, where all of those code requirements have been met.
Okay, so the models in other jurisdictions, do they have special categories or provisions for modular technology versus traditional technology? Or is it really just a category of material type or assembly procedure that just makes the technology different? I'm just trying to understand, is this a new form of building, or is this something that is just a technology thing?
Through the chair, essentially it's a technology thing insofar as the construction occurs off-site and then is in a manufactured factory and then is located within a site that is chosen. We have examples already in Toronto where modular or manufactured housing has been manufactured in a factory and then assembled, if you will, on site. And so this would be very similar to what has already been done.
Is this the same as like a portable or a mobile structure or anything of the like? Or is it, if I walked into a modular constructed building as proposed, I probably wouldn't tell the difference between that and something that was assembled and built on site in the traditional ways?
Through the chair, that's exactly the case. Where it is not on wheels or mobile, it can be moved, but it is designed to be located for a period of 15 or 10 or 20 years. And so looking at it from the streetscape, and I've visited these in Vancouver myself, you wouldn't know the difference between something that was constructed on-site or something that's constructed off-site.
Why would we want something that would be moved?
What the experience with modular housing has been is that often there will be sites that for 5 or 10 years or 15 years will not be ready for development, and they're surplus and vacant, and it's if you will, an interim or a transitional solution where a site would otherwise be sitting vacant. It can be moved. It doesn't need to be moved, but in many of these instances, it has that capability. So it's flexible in that respect.
Oh, so this is very important. So the notion is that the building itself can be moved and relocated in time. Is that what sets it different from the traditional method? And are we talking now about sites that aren't going to be changed on a permanent basis, but for a smaller period of time?
Councillor, we will come back when we do the site search through this process and look at those considerations. It does, as I've indicated, have that flexibility where it can be disassembled and relocated.
Okay, I'm going to put in one last question as I realize the clock didn't start.
Yeah, I know, I didn't start, so
So I'll make my last one here. Just in terms of public consultation and input, as you would appreciate, is sensitive around anything that is built. Is there any reason for me to believe that the public consultation process and the council approval process and all of the things that we do to say okay to allow a new building to be built will be any different for a modular type building versus a traditional bricks and mortar building that is built in a permanent circumstance?
Through the chair, there would be no difference. The benefit of modular housing is it provides for it to be done quickly, but we will be respecting the processes that the city had with respect to approvals.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting a little bit worried because we seem to be losing quorum. This is our last item. Councillor Grimes, question?
Madam Speaker, I was just going to ask Sean where he bought his jacket, but in the interest of time, I'll ask him offline.
Bloor West Village.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, you held the item down? Okay. Recorded vote on the item.
Good deflection. Thank you.
Councillor Cole, you're supposed to get me that jacket.
No, happy to do it.
Councillor Bailao, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Pertsa, please. And Councillor Crawford, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 18 in favor.
Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Layton,
Oh, sorry, I got
you have a motion?
that the committee and council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce certain bills?
Yes, I do, Speaker. I'd like to move that leave be granted to introduce Bills 857 to 975 and 978 to 981 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Councillor Holiday, please. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 18 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Holiday, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Bailao, Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Ford, please.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 18 in favor.
Councillor Crawford, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill?
Yes, I do. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 8 on June 18th and 19th, 2019.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Holiday, please. Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Bradford, please, since you're on the floor.
Motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 18 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote?
Councillor Bailao, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 18 in favor.
Okay, is this done? The vote's been taken? Thank you, staff, members of council. Goodbye. Thanks.